Doon 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 doon. Peak fiction. Doon 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 doon. It's that time. It's that time. Ladies and gentlemen, after an entire week, shout out to Big Breezy Bird and Subra for letting me know. Yo, it was time to get off of everything, not just executing Code Blue. As I was told by Subra, it was time to execute Code RGB. You know what I'm saying? The whole spectrum. I had to come up into like swimwear and flipping and avoid. I was like, oh my goodness, dude. So much love to them, much love to the mods and to the individuals that are always looking out for your boy, man. Because this was a crazy, crazy week. Where's the camera, man? Hold on. Because, dude, oh man, I am so excited to see what this has in store. Let me... Where's the camera? I know you gotta be here somewhere. There you are. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Let me know if the audio is good. Obviously, because we are exercising Code Blue. I'll have to save the supers and things of that nature for after we read the chapter. So I greatly apologize for that. No title, no anything. I was told Code Flippin' Blue. You know what I'm saying? We gotta dive right into it. To avoid anything means necessary. But before we get into that, I do have to give out two quick things. Number one, Ali J! Hold up! This wasn't even a part of the notes. It wasn't even a part of the notes. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even a part of the notes, but the Godosei said that we don't need notes. We don't need notes. And the head member of the Gorosei comes in clutch. Ali G gives 50. Ladies and gentlemen, do y'all know what this is? In the last 2 weeks, we have gifted over 200... Stop, bro. Stop! This is how I know Oda's cooking, bro. This is how... The God Hands of Finance, not just one. The God Hand, another flipping bro. Everybody should be a member. Everybody should be a member, yo. Oh my God, my computer can't even keep up. It's still at Ali G's first one. It hasn't gotten to the rest, bro. So. Holy crap. Everybody turn on your gifts. Make sure you get a gifted membership. Ali G comes in with 50. Then he followed that up with another 50 for a big 100. Ali flipping G. Then Arend, another God Hand of Finance, comes in with another 50. That was 150 already. I'm not good at math, but my math is good enough to count money. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I can count. And that's 150. Brother, in the last 3 weeks, we have gifted, now thanks to this, I think it was 2:30 up until the end of last chapter. And right now after this, we're at 390 gifted memberships. In the almost 400 gifted memberships in a single month. In a month? Y'all are insane, man. Almost 400 gifted memberships. Everybody, make sure to have your memberships on. My computer is finally starting to catch up. Oh my goodness, dude. Yo, I appreciate y'all so much. And then Crimson Wolf comes in to top it all off for a grand total of 400 gifted flipping memberships. Comes in with 10 gifted for the channel, man. Oh my god, bro. Yo, nothing but love to y'all. Let me pull it. I gotta thank y'all again, man. I gotta thank y'all again. Ali G, RN, Crimson Wolf. I truly, truly appreciate y'all. Let's go. True Roofers commented. Oh god. Listen, man. There are two universal signs that a chapter is about to be peak fiction. Number one is what just took place. And number two, the True Roofer Super? Oh, no. It's over. It's over, man. It's flipping over, dude. Alright. Like I said, I was told for 0 Dark 30, skip everything, so I apologize. We will get to the supers after we read the chapter. But before I do that, let me put out the goal that was picked by the members. Shout out to the members. The goal that was picked by the members for 10 super chats. We will be doing a live afterthoughts, which I'm pretty sure that's already been met. But I'm going to put it in here anyway. For 10 super chats, which I guess I should have put that at the very beginning. But it is what it is. After 10 super chats, as voted by the members, we will be doing a live afterthoughts for chapter 1138, which is, of course, this chapter. So let me go ahead and put that goal right there. Now, the second one that came right under the winner, which was the live afterthoughts, was a power scaling video / stream where I attempt to power scale my top 30 strongest One Piece characters. And if y'all still want to see that, let me know, because that came in second. That could be our next donation goal. If y'all would like to see me, of all people, attempt to power scale, I think that would be a lot of fun. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I've never done it. I did it a long time ago with Brago. But that might have been like 10 years ago at this point, you know what I'm saying? So, it's been quite some time. So, because of that, it would be dope to do it again. So, let me know if y'all would be interested in that. We could do that like, as another thing in the future. Now, without further ado, y'all said audio was good. Once again, massive love to everybody coming with the supers and everything. This is most people we've had in the beginning of a stream in quite some time. Oh my god, bro. What in the world is about to happen? Once again, I will read the supers after after we read this chapter. Now, my laptop died on me. I tried to revive it non-stop. A rip to Laptop Chan, which has been with me for so long. I am going to try to revive it again before the next chapter. But it would not come back, bro. Like, I kept trying, and like, it revived, but when I tried loading in anything, like my desktop wouldn't load in, my applications wouldn't load in, and I was like, dude, what in the world is going on? It's dying. It's legitimately dying. I've had it for since I started this channel, so it's been, 12 years, or since the old channel. So it's been 12 years, I get it, it's on its last legs. But I was like, bro, why now? Why when I need you most do you vanish? And I was like, but it's okay. You did so well, Laptop Chan, for all these years. You really have. If this truly is your last hour, then last week's chapter was a phenomenal way to go out. You know what I'm saying? So, all love to the laptop. We'll definitely try to get that back up as soon as possible. But now, It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for chapter 1130 flipping 8, man. Let me pull up OBS to make sure that camera and everything is good, because you never know what can happen in one of these streams, especially if I gotta get things readjusted. Going back to what I was saying at the beginning of this stream, this week was incredibly insane. Because when the week started off, Mac and I were trying to coordinate the collaboration and whatnot. Shout out to my boy Legend Mac, obviously. We were trying to coordinate the release of that video, so I had to stay involved in some type of social media at the beginning of the week. So when I was told to get off social media, it was like, oh man, dude, what am I gonna do now? Because I have to coordinate this, and I gotta release it on time and do the thing. But they were so kind over there with Mac and his team. Shout out to my guy, man. That we were able to get everything up and ready, and I didn't have to do a single thing. He took care of everything. So nothing but love and shout out to them. But it was so crazy this week because Kingdom got supposedly its official release incoming, supposedly. And I was like, oh my god, dude, I gotta talk about this. But obviously, in the midst of trying to avoid spoilers, like, well, I can't investigate or anything. So it was like, holy see mother flag nards. And then in the midst of that, there was also a bunch of video game stuff that was coming that I'm very interested in. And I was like, man, I can't do any of this. So we finally made it to today, Thursday. What is today? January 30th, dude. Almost the end of the month. And it is time for us to end off this month in what is the latest installment in the best-selling manga in history. I just finished, while setting up this stream, watching NBA on TNT, Inside the NBA, as they read off the All-Stars and the Reserves. I'm sorry, the Reserves specifically. Last time was the All-Stars. And it reminded me of the last thing I saw on Twitter before I was told to get off of Twitter. And that was that every single person, or not everyone, but a lot of people I saw on the timeline were putting, like, their favorite characters and, like, giving them aura and writing, like, percentages. And I was like, okay, those are their all-stars. But there's one thing that I just could not get jiggy with, bro. There was one thing where I was like, I don't know about this, Chief. And that is every time I saw Luffy on one of those things. I don't care what you think about Luffy from a writing standpoint. That's between you and the manga, between you and, as Oda would call it, reading comprehension, or between you and your own personal experience. That's up to you. But aura, boy, if Luffy don't got 1,000% aura on them things, it ain't true. It ain't true. Listen, infinite aura, maximum aura, dog. I'm talking. Bro, you put Roof Piece Luffy on a picture, the entire world starts quaking. Are you kidding? Yo, man, I'm talking bare minimum. Luffy's thing says error when you read off my boy's aura. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say. Like I said, I don't care what you think about it from a writing standpoint. That's up to you. But aura, come on, man. The hat over the eyes? Stop playing with my Pirate King. Bare minimum error. It's unreadable, my brother's aura. Anyways, we are here today to read the latest installment in that Elbaf greatness. Not Egghead, not Wano, not Reverie, not Whole Cake, not Zoe, not even Dressrosa. We are here today to read the Giant's Tale. We are here today to read the fables, to read the legends, the things that were written within the ancient texts, the Harley texts, according to the manga. And I can't wait to see, coming off of my boy Stabs getting an official name reveal, Shamrock looking clean. And I ain't talking about the wrestler. I'm talking about Shanks, Shamrock, and big old Figureland Recon myself. Because it is time to reach chapter 1138 of gentlemen. Oh, man. Please. Chapter, all I ask. Oda, all I ask is that because I'm using the iPad today, I don't use my iPad to read One Piece chapter because I know how I get, man. I will read anything else. I'll read Akane Wanashi. I'll read any of the manga that I was catching up to last year or reading for the first time. I'll read anything else. But I don't read One Piece on this iPad because I don't want to break it. I don't want to send it flying. So Lord in the heavens, man, please don't allow me to toss this thing. Don't allow it. Don't flip and allow it, man, please. All right, let's get into the chapter. Where are my glasses? Let's get into the chapter. Holy sweet mother of Flagnards. Still live. Still good to go. I gotta double check. We don't want a chapter 1086 situation where I'm talking and the stream goes out. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of 1086. Was that 1086? The Gorosei name reveals? Yeah, that was 1086. Alright, here we go. No color page, right? Yeah, no color page. Let's try to go up the page slowly so we missed the title. And we missed it. Who's who? Rocking a sword. Who's who? Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage Volume 24. The base belongs to Who's Who. And obviously Yamato and Tama were attempting to investigate this place, so I'm looking forward to seeing what takes place next within the cover story. It's nice to see Who's Who again, man. Yeah, he always had a super cool design to me. Even though he definitely deserved to get his stuff rocked by Jinbei. No question. No question. Now, I went to... So, Ichiro Oda states, I went to Glaze Live. To Glaze? Like what I do to One Piece every week? He went to go Glaze Live? Oda, you glaze too? What were you glazing? What is Ichiro Oda, of all people, glazing, man? I know what he's probably glazing. This man talks more about Pokemon than I do One Piece. My man was probably glazing the fact that he just caught a shiny... What was the thing the other day? A Palkia, a Dialga, a Lugia. Maybe he even caught a shiny Moltres. Maybe even caught a shiny Articuno. My guy was glazing Pokemon. I believe it. The same way I glazed this. It was thoroughly entertaining. And my, what a voice. Just an amazing experience. So, apparently, Glay has an incredible voice. I'll take Oda at his word, but we all know what he means by that. He was glazing Pokemon. Anyways, let's get into the chapter. Loki! The aftermath of Loki's... Oh, that means we're still with stabs, bro. Let's go! The aftermath of Loki's defiance. He keels over, he's huffing. He continues to huff. You're the spitting image of red-haired Shanks. You're the spitting image of red-haired Shanks. Did you really think I'd just write that off as a coincidence? This man's struggling to get this out, bro. He's huffing and puffing. Those arrows did put work into Loki. Did you really think I'd just write that off as a coincidence? Him being the spitting image of red-haired Shanks. So are we actually going to get an answer for this? And Stabs hit me with not just one dragon, two? He hits me with a double ... Does that mean he's double as strong as Dragon? I'm playing. Don't. Don't take my word for that, man. Don't take my word for that. When he is double ... That's all I know. Dragon only does one ... Stabs does two of them. That's all I know. Mind your own business. That matter has nothing to do with you. You're not wrong, but... Ali G. Ali G comes in and gives another 10 memberships, putting us at 410 gifted flipping memberships, dude. Holy sweet mother of Flagners. Ali G, I don't know if there's anything else I can say, bro. I might as well just call you Shamrock. You might be Garling. You might be Garling, bro. I don't know, man. You might even be Emu. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Holy Flagnars. You're not wrong, but Huff. A great pirate and a celestial... A great pirate. Loki knows Shanks as a great pirate. Obviously, because he didn't know him as an emperor, right? We assume that Shanks defeating Loki is what then led him to becoming an emperor. So he knows him as Great Pirate Shanks. A great pirate and a celestial dragon. They are polar opposites. You know? We'll talk about it later. There was something that my cousin sent me that I thought was absolutely hilarious after last week's chapter. That we definitely got to talk about at some point. You can't blame me for being curious. Anyone would find it strange that you two share the same face. A great pirate and a celestial dragon. They are polar opposites. You can't blame me for being curious. Once again, he ... Anyone would find it strange that you two share the same face. The pirate you're referring to is my younger twin! Younger? Oh, man! He's the eldest of the family! The eldest? He's the elder one? The elder brother. The pirate you're referring to is my younger twin. So the twin thing, obviously, that's what we've been theorizing for a very long time. But younger twin, he went astray, obviously, not following the same path as Stabs, as Shamrock and Garlic. At one point, he did return to the Holy Land. It must have been at some point after Roger. At one point, he did return to the Holy Land, but it seems he grew too attached to the filthy world of the surface. Obviously, because of what he learned and what he went through in his adventure with Roger and the squad. So he did return to the Holy Land at one point. But it seems he grew too attached to the filthy world of the surface. Fascinating. He returned? I see. It's funny how I ended up hating both of you brothers. That is kind of crazy. And I thought my grudge couldn't get any worse. What a family. That's what I'm saying. You bastards. When I get out of these chains... You know what I'll do, right? I'll make it my mission to make sure my buddies are avenged. And dude, Loki feels like the type of guy that genuinely believes with every fiber in his being that he is going to carry out what it is that he plans on doing, right? Like, there's no going back. Once he says something, in a similar type of way, he could be seen as a parallel to Luffy. In a sense of where the vibe he gives me from a character standpoint is when he says he's going to do something, it is decision first, consequences later. Like actions first, consequences later. So when he's saying this, he's not thinking about it. He's like, no. I'm not thinking about the fact that Great Pirate Shanks put me in the chains. No. I'm thinking about the fact that, once I get out of this thing, y'all gonna see me. Y'all are gonna see me, man. And so I really do appreciate that. Because he just finished getting whooped on, and he's still talking trash. That's how you do it. You don't talk trash only when you're winning. Real trash talkers, real individuals who are about it, they talk trash even when they're taking L's. Loki, he's a real one. He's a real one, man. I'll make it my mission to make sure my buddies are avenged. Obviously, all of them with the arrows. Was that supposed to be a threat? This man said, was that supposed to be a threat? Like what'd you say? Captain, you don't have to. Bro, I can't do this, man. I can't. Bro! You turn the flippy part of the piece, and all you see is dude who looks like Shanks. Shamrock comes in, pulls out the blade, and this thing looks like it's freaking Sephiroth's Masamune, son. I mean, look at the size on that thing. Yo, bro, look at the aura on this panel, man. I mean, it's snowing aura. I mean, he's looking like flippin' Jin Woo did in that soul leveling episode a few weeks ago with the ice bears. I mean, bro, just look at this panel, dog. I know he isn't worth getting my hands dirty over. So why do you have your sword out? Hold on, bro. Hey, a member of Shanks' family is pull out a sword, bro. I don't care what happens next. You know what I'm saying? I gotta put on the Santa hat. I know he isn't worth getting my hands dirty over. Isn't that right, Cerberus? Cerberus? His sword? His flipping sword is a Cerberus? Hold up, man! You see cracks in the air! Look at his design. And then you look over to the left, and 3 heads, Thriller Bark style. Thriller Bark style! The guardian dogs of Dante's Inferno are coming out of my brother's blade! I look just as shocked as Loki. Bro, Loki looks in, they growl. Bro, I'm still trying to process this. So, did his sword eat a fruit? Or is he just him? Funk free, bro, it's funk freed on freaking steroids, Can't Fly Man. Cerberus. Cerberus, thank you. What have I been saying this whole time? Cerberus? Ladies and gentlemen, when you're hyped, you tend to missay certain things. Yeah, you really do. I apologize. Wait a minute, how do you say it again? Hey, hold on. How do you say it again, brother? No, my chat is locked. I forgot how to say it. All right, I'm just not gonna say it. I'm gonna call it the sea sword. The sea sword. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't catch it. What happened? My stream. Are we still live? Oh no, we're good. There we go. We're back. Camera quality's low? My camera can't keep up? Hello? Are we good? Dude, what happened then? Hello? What happened to the camera? Stream is good? Yeah, I think my internet is tripping. Oh my gosh. Pixel Recon. Bro, why am I in 144p? It's the Minecraft. Bro, what happened for real? Like, my stream refreshed. And then that was that. Like, then it became mad pixelated. Oh, God. Why is it low res? Oh, my goodness. Bro, this has never happened before, bro. That's how you know the hockey's going crazy for this chapter. Why do I look like this? Bro, the camera died! And I didn't even knock it out of its perch! Do I have to knock it off its perch? Do I have to reset it? Alright, let's see. Are we good now? Did that reset it? Are we good? Let me see. Okay. Hopefully we'll be back. Hopefully we'll be back. It's worse. What the flip? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the VOD, if you're watching the VOD, I apologize, man. Hold up. No, I didn't punch the camera. I'd never do such a thing. I just unleashed Sea Dog. I'm not gonna say its name. Sea Dog. All right, hold on. Give me a sec, man. Let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. Give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, short 15-second break. Let me get like a little thing to try to spray the camera or something. All right, let's see if this works. All right, listen, man. If y'all are good watching in 144p, I'm good. Oh, and where is the camera again? Okay. Oh, that's what, bro. Why is my internet so bad right now? Who cares? All right, I'm gonna read the chapter. Yeah, you're right. It's not the lens. It's the internet. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it's tripping. But it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, screw it. Let's get back into the chapter. Bro, this chapter is so fire already, bro. All Shamrock did was pull out his sword, bring out Sea Dog, and my internet died. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. If y'all can handle it, then we can handle it. Pixel Recon is best. Okay, screw it. Let's do it, man. Where's my thing? Yeah. Camera, I apologize for smacking you so hard. It wasn't you. It was Spectrum. You know what I'm saying? I'll smack Spectrum tomorrow. But today, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, camera. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, audience. I'm sorry for the smack. I'm sorry for the smack. Now, check bitrate settings. Bro, it says my bitrate should be at 2500. My bitrate is at 343. How do I fix that? Oh my god! Don't worry about that. Whatever, man. Screw it. Ladies and gentlemen, screw it! Shamrock did it. Okay. Now, all right, let's see. Isn't there... we'll get back to it. For the people watching the VOD, this stream may be... It may be dead. This might be it. This might be it. There it is. Bro, why in the world is it so bad? Okay, I'm gonna try raising the bitrate. Let me see if it goes up. All right, whatever, man. Let's move on with the chapter. If y'all can handle it, You know what? Hold on. Let's put on. Let's put up a poll. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, can we handle 144 Pecan? If we can, then we're going to continue on with this chapter. Can we handle 144 Pecan? Alright? If we can, then, then we're just going to flip and read this chapter. Because, man, oh man, bro, why in the world is my stuff so bad right now? Alright. Okay, we're good. We're good. Alright. Emu's trying to sabotage the chapter. Okay, we'll be alright. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I apologize. It wasn't me. It was Shamrock and Spectrum. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't me. I promise you that it was most certainly not me. Now, let's get back to reading the greatness. And go right up on the next swimmer. Now, Sea Dog comes in, and he's howling, brother. I mean, he's howling like how I'm howling because Spectrum is tripping on a big stream. Cerberus! Oh, I said it right? I think I said it right. I'm not even going to try to say it again. I'm not even going to try to say it again because you know what they say, man. If you hit it once, try to hit it again. Now, Cerberus comes... I said it again. Sea Dog comes... You know what? We're going to keep rolling with it. Cerberus! Yeah! Cerberus comes in! And all it took was my flipping stream going 336 bit rate for me to remember how to say the word Cerberus, man. That's what I'm talking about. So Shamrock comes in, unleashes Cerberus. Just unleashes him. And he's howling. Loki looks back. It's growling. It turned white? It's got the black cloud! It's awakened! It's awakened! This man has an awakened sword? Hold up! Hold it! Hold it! He's not awakened! His sword is! His sword learned Bankai! Get out! It's over! The conversation is over! It's over, man! Your sword, not you! Your sword knows Bankai? That's it! Go home! I don't care, man! Go home! Oh my god! I was wondering, I was like, bro, why did he change color? The flipping black smoke cloud and the dogs change color. Dude, my bit rate is raising slowly but surely with my heart rate. This is beautiful. Cerberus. Look at how raw Stabs looks, bro. Oh my god. Dude, this man, I mean, I wouldn't fight either if my sword could do this. He summoned the Guardians of Dante's Inferno in his blade. Like it was a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh my god. An awakened sword is insane, bro. I didn't even know that was possible. What the flagnards is that? That's what I'm saying. Sword through the mouth? Sword through the mouth? It's my biting blade. It's my biting blade. We see that one of the dogs has the blade. Aura, literally, is coming out of it, as well as his tongue. It's my biting blade. This man has 3 swords. This man has 3 swords in one. Zoro! Zoro, bro, I got someone for you to box, man. It's like... What in the flying flagnards? Dude! Each flipping member of the Sea Dog Foundation, of the Cerberus Foundation, has a blade in his mouth. And they all have aura. Dude. What's with this creepy thing? Yo, this thing looks so crazy in this panel. Neck winds? Huh? Captain, let's clean up here and move on. Arrow? Scramble. Scramble? Bro, look at his sword! His sword is leaking! The blade itself is leaking! Scramble. I see a dog. Heal. Did his head come off? Did he launch his head? Brother, what the flag nose is going on? Heal! Comes back to the blade. Hops on this. What in the world is that? Is that a bird arrow? Feel free to hunt me down anytime. I'll face you then, assuming you survive this. He left his blade. He left a piece of his blade to take care of business like it was a flipping minion. Like it was one of his underlings. He left a part of his sword like it was one of his underlings. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Here they come. Holy sweet mother of Flagner. Bro, the 3 of them are moving, dude. No way. If that thing gets me, those celestial bastards. Oh, with all 3 swords, bro. Loki gets pierced by all 3. Of course he can't move. He has to survive, though, right? He's got to survive. The way that he survives might actually be through his legendary fruit, right? That's my assumption, because he has to live, man. There's no way he dies to this. Dude, Stabs is even crazier than I thought. This man. Yes, actual Jin Woo, lazy mofos. He said, Igris. Go! Igris! Do your thing! Holy flagnards, man. Total subjugation isn't feasible now. This is Stab saying that. Let's start by taking their children hostage. I respect the villainy. But think of the children, Stab. Don't go for the flipping children. Especially when the kids of Elbaf are so... They're in the midst of this generational dispute between the old generation and the new generation. Right? Like, don't do it in the midst of that. Not in the midst of their dispute, because now... Especially if he takes some, what's his face, Colin, the Buffy. If he takes Buffy hostage, Buffy's gonna be like, holy crap, it's Shanks. He'll willingly go with him. Hey, buddy, you know, Oh, God. Total subjugation isn't feasible. Now let's start by taking the children hostage. We'll need an extra person. Extra person? Who you gonna call? Understood. Who shall I call? We're gonna see another holy night, bro. These two are cracked as is. One of them summoned a Bonkai and awakened Cerberus. And just let it roam free. The other one has Emu's arrows. I need water, man. Did the stream ever get fixed? My stream is still under the water, bro. My stream's still underwater. On a serious note to everybody here, I genuinely apologize, man. Like, thank you to everybody watching the VOD, to everyone watching the stream. I have 600 people watching, and they're watching an underwater, extremely low resolution stream. I really, really do appreciate y'all for still sticking with me, man. Thank you for that. Oh, God, this is crazy. Whew. Understood, who shall I call? Oh, hold on, man. Before I move on, because I see we're going to Quest Castle right here. Before I move on, man, can I just say, this dude Shamrock, like, I still can't get over the flipping dogs, bro. I mean, it's like, first and foremost, yes, man, like, going in with the lore and diving really, really deep into the lore of, like, the Vikings and going deep into, like, even into, like, Dante's Inferno with, like, Cerberus and stuff. Like, I know a lot of the fandom, about, I want to say, like, 2 or 3 chapters ago, we're talking about how, like, stabs might have Fenrir. And so to see Cerberus coming out of his sword was honestly kind of like, oh, snap. It reminded me of that theory, the Fenrir theory. And I was like, oh, man, that's so cool. So if we continue to get stuff like this, like the Cerberuses and things of that nature coming out of either fruits and or things within this arc, it's just going to continue to be like super, super dope to me. Like, I really like that. I love stuff like that. I love that Elbaf has touched upon so many of those things. Who are they going to call, man? Better not be Ottoway. Quest Castle. I'm telling you, it was red-haired. They're selling him out. They're saying it was Shanks. Of course. Of course they think it's Shanks. Liar! That's gotta be the king. Shanks would never attack for no reason. You let him know, Luffy. You let them know, brother. It's the truth. I saw him with my own eyes. Red Hair has visited Elbaf many times. I recognized him. But I know Shanks. He's a super cool guy. Maybe it was just someone who looked like him. Luffy! Yes! It was shocking. We were wondering what he was doing in the castle. He just left Elbaf recently, right? Wouldn't it be weird for him to come right back just to skulk around? Zoro, a man with a brain, and a man who... There's another 3-sword dude that's coming? Even if you're telling the truth, there's no way it could be Shanks. Shanks is always calm and laid back. Him doing something like this doesn't add up. Luffy, let the people know! They doubted you! They said, that man is a rat! They said he's a part of Ratatouille! And Luffy said, not my goat! Not my goat! Not my goat! Him doing stuff like this just doesn't add up. You really have faith in him, huh? Nami? Laughing 2 chapters in a row? This might be better than Cerberus. Nami laughing 2 chapters in a row is why my bitrate went up again. Nami, you gotta laugh again. Nami, you have to laugh again. My bitrate went up. Oh, man. You really have faith in him, huh? My girl. You betcha, Nami. It tick you off just as much as someone bad-mouthed Telomere. It's Telomere. It's Bellamere. So it was a look like? It was a lookalike, that or a brother maybe. A brother. Sounds like the anime community, or our community. So it was a lookalike, that or a brother maybe. Shanks's brother? Well, if he had one, he'd probably be a nice guy too. Guess we're about to find out. But honestly, he never talked about his family. I heard that he was raised on a pirate ship from when he was little. But honestly, he never talked about his family. I heard that he was raised on a pirate ship from when he was little. That is so interesting, right? Because you think about... So I'll put myself in Shanks' shoes right now, right? As someone who has a little sibling. And multiple... I'm the eldest in both families. So... I know what it is to not necessarily withhold information that isn't like necessary for sharing, but like withholding information that I wouldn't want to share to a generation that maybe doesn't need to know about certain things. Like I'm trying to put myself in Shanks' shoes to talking about such a thing, especially of this magnitude, you wouldn't want to tell that to someone, especially with dreams and aspirations like Luffy. Even though I'm sure he would understand eventually. But there is going to come a point in time when that conversation does have to come up and arise. But because Luffy looks up to him so much as a role model, it was not necessary for him to mention anything about his family or anything of that nature. They had a friendship that went beyond their blood. They had a friendship that went beyond their past. Their friendship and the relationship that Shanks and Luffy had was purely out of the enjoyment, obviously, that they had in each other's presence, but also how much Luffy could see the coolness in Shanks and the admiration he had for him as a pirate because he's like his ideal pirate. And then Shanks sees so much of Roger in Luffy, where it's like they had this equal amount of admiration for each other for filling in parts, like puzzle pieces that they don't have within themselves. And so it's a really beautiful relationship where you don't have to necessarily share everything. Like, Shanks doesn't know everything about Luffy, I'm assuming. And Luffy doesn't know everything about Shanks. And that is something that is super cool to me because it feels like the more we learn about Shanks, obviously the more it is that we're going to know about Luffy eventually in the future as well. And so, and then they'll eventually have to have that conversation at some point in time. Maybe they won't. But I heard that he was raised on a pirate ship from when he was little. Oh, the dude! Oh, snap, bro. Dude, I launched it. I'm sorry, iPad. I'm sorry. Oh, God. It's the dude. Oh, man. Please tell me we're going to find out who you are, bro. Oh, man. I heard that he was raised on a pirate ship when he was little. We cut over. We see the dude from the color page. We see the dude from the flipping last couple chapters from whenever like we were looking into. Excuse me. Like the first thing that we saw when we went to Elbaf was this dude. I figure Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. I figure Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. Oh, this is Luffy talking. I figure Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. Their whole crew. Except for Buggy. Except for Buggy. And you have the dude. Oh, he's near them. The dude is near them. He's double dotting. He stabs level. He stabs level, bro. He's double dotting. Oh my god. Oh, he's double dotting. He's doing the triple dot squared, bro. This man is stabs level, dude. I figured Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. Their whole crew except for Buggy. Oh, God. Bro. So are they trying to imply something with this character? That he potentially could have a connection here with this situation? With the Stabs Shanks situation? But honestly, he never talked about his family. I heard that he was raised on a pirate ship from when he was little. You see the dude? I figure Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. Their whole crew except for Buggy. And you have this dude walking away. As if he was like listening to this conversation. Dude, were the legends true? Were the legends true, bro? Is this actually flipping Scopper? Why else would they put him in the middle of this page like this? I figure Roger and Rayleigh were his real family. Their whole crew except for Buggy. If he's not, then he has to have some sort of connection to God Valley and what took place then, because it's very, very strange to have him in the midst of a panel talking about Shanks and his life on a pirate ship. Oh man, dude, that is so interesting. We'll come back to that. We will come back to that page. Roger and Rayleigh were his real family, their whole crew except for Buggy. Double dotting. Alright, bro. Let's continue. Frankie's group, the Treasure Tree Adam. Unbelievable. Adam Wood as far as the... He already made it? Adam Wood as far as the eye can see. And I thought it was meant to be rare. I had no idea it was so valuable overseas. Oh, my wife. Hold on, I gotta tighten up. I gotta look good. I gotta look good for my girl. Am I back? I'm at 300 kbp again? Oh, my bad. My bad, Ripley, my bad. Is the mustache at least looking good? If the mustache looking good, then we all right. Then we're all right, man. Then we're all right. Maybe I should start selling some on the side. Weren't you sent here to keep an eye on me? Saul seemed pretty strict about it. He was all like, "It's a sacred tree, bucko. Don't go cutting it down, you hear?" You sound just like him. Still, I guess stealing from under the noses of the giants is a tall order. Maybe that explains the markup. What's that? It's a mural. It's graffiti from eons ago. Some kids probably etched right into the bark and it got fossilized. It's now designated as a cultural heritage site thanks to its enormous historical value. Is a punk's doodle that big a deal? It's said to date back somewhere between 9... What's the doodle, bruh? Yo, what is the doodle? What's the doodle, dog? It's said to date back somewhere between 900 and 800 years ago. If that's true, then that would place it right in the middle of the Void Century. What's the doodle? We gotta show Robin. She'll be thrilled. Another double dot? Hey, ain't this drawing kinda odd for old Elbath? Not all the figures look like giants. What is that? A king? We see a crown. Oh, man! So, bro, we see a crown. Instant Messenger, Sama? We see a crown and what appears to be like a trident. Right next to it, we see what looks like a robot. It's got horns. It's either a robot or a monster. I don't know. Robotic monster? One eye? And on the left, you have like a dog thing. Quite as far as we know, there were definitely times where the races of the world clashed. The races of the world clashed. So fascinating. So we have the one on the right with the clear crown and the trident. The one in the middle looks like either giant robot or a monster. And then the one on the left looks like a dog. Quite as far as we know, there were definitely times where the races of the world clashed. But this kind of cooperation is unheard of. That's why I think it was probably just some kid's dream. Yo, what were we talking about last week, man? Last week, we sat right here. $100? $100, bruh? Tier 1 will! Tier 1 will! Comes in with a hundo! Get your jersey, coach, and remember to breathe. I can't, man. I got the jersey, brother. I'm sweating. Bro, because, remember we were talking about last week. Once again, Tier 1 will. Thank you so much for the hundo, bro. Holy crap. But, dude, the kid's dream. What did we talk about last week? We talked about how this... Did my chair just break? Oh, God. No. No, it won't raise any higher. Can we get much higher? Literally? Oh, no. It took one too many murals. Hold up, man. Let's try to fix this. We got it, man. We're going to turn into a mechanic. You know what? We don't need it. I'm just going to stand. I'm just going to stand up. I'm just going to stand up. I'm just going to stand up. All right, dude. That's what I think. It was probably just some kid's dream. Now listen. Last week, we talked specifically about dreams and how this arc would handle dreams. And when Hadru-Dean came into the chapter with something that sounded like Luffy's dream, I was like, that's not a coincidence. They are building something up here. They're building something up that is going to be extremely super endgame. What do we have in this week's chapter? Clear Void Century hieroglyphics of like a comic strip that was drawn or some sort of drawings that look very cartoony from 800, 900 years ago. And it states it was probably just some kid's dream. What the flip does that mean, dude? Like, what does that mean? You know that has to connect to the core theme of this arc, to the core theme of this series, to the core thing of what Luffy and Roger and... Dude! It was probably just some kid's dream. Oh, man, this chapter. This might be our biggest clue into what Luffy's dream is. That's why I think it was probably just some kid's dream. But I can't put this together. Giant robot? Luffy loves giant robots. Crown? Dog man? I don't know, dude. That's why I think it was just some kid's dream. Walrus school. Oh, God. Don't even tell me flipping stabs pulls up, bro. Oh, I forgot the chair. Look, let's see if I can actually really sit in the chair. Come on, man. Stop! Walrus school. Class is in session. Everyone listen up. Yeah, haha. Is that Colin too? Mother of God. And it's specifically, I love this because it's followed by children who are in class. So it's like, it really makes you think. Someone drew this on Elbaf 800 to 900 years ago. And it was a kid's dream who drew that out. Like, what are they trying to imply with that? Oh, Owl Library. Never mind. We're going right into the next thing. Owl Library. So this is the Harley texts? Yep. It's so big and old. Giant dust. This pretty tome here preserved many of the rich myths and legends of Elbaf. Although, it spawned countless interpretations too. That's why all the warriors of Elbaf believe in very different versions of the sun god. Ain't that the funniest thing you ever heard? May I read it? Of course. The narrative is split into 3 distinct sections. Shout out to Trails into Reverie. It's said that the third world refers to the present day, meaning it's a type of prophecy. The narrative is split into 3 distinct sections. It's said the third world refers to the present day, meaning it's a type of prophecy. Mind you, legends of Nika have spread silently all over the world. The only thing they all have in common is that he appears with a booming laugh to this beat. What the flip am I reading? Dun dun. He's doing dun 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 dun. Hey, I'll read aloud then. The first world, the earth, burned in endless flame. The first world, the earth, burned in endless flame. And the hearts of men. What in the flagnards am I looking at? What is this flip? Bro, what is this page? Hold up. Hold the flipping phone, bro. Let me start from the right. The first world, the earth burned in endless flame, and in the hearts of men burned with desire. From whispered prayers the sun god rose, beckoned by the enslaved who reached for the forbidden star. The god of the land was enraged. With a serpent of fire, they cast the world into ruin. Darkness fell, death reigned, and they would not meet again. The second world, a breath stirred in the abyss. The god of the forest wove their magic, nurturing its devils, while the sun lit the embers of war. Those of the half-crescent and full moons dreamed, yet the ones who slew the sun deified themselves. That's flipping instant messenger, Sama! Evoking the wrath of the sea god, they would not meet again. That's the fruits! The third world. Oh, God. I'm not ready for this. I gotta see this with my own 2 eyes, man. This type of stuff you gotta see with your own 2 eyes, bro. The third world. They're talking about ours. They're talking about the present time, bro. We ain't talking about was. We ain't talking about been. This is present. The third world. Chaos reigns. The world drifts in a void. Yet time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms as the voice of the half-moon echoes through the ages. And once more, the sun god... Why? First it's the chair, now it's the iPad. Okay, can I just let me just read the chapter. I'm sorry, iPad. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Help it. And once more, the sun god shall rise, laughing, dancing, guiding the world. Guiding the world to its final act. The sun is reborn. A new dawn will break. Surely this time they will meet. Emu and Joy Boy will meet. Emu and Flipping Nika will meet again, dog, in the rematch of the century. So I'm assuming, let's go through this again. But before I read through the poems again, let me look at this image. This has to be, by far and away, the most fascinating panel I think I have ever seen within the One Piece manga. Because this is like the NL cover story hieroglyphics, but within the manga. So let's dissect this real quick. Let me put on my glasses. Here we have, on the right, a big ginormous serpent breathing fire. In the middle of that, is that the Arc Maxim? We have the Arc Maxim. And now it's coming back. If y'all see what I'm seeing, if you see what I see, and I see that the Arc Maxim is in this flipping battle. Come on, man. Dude, so we see the moon, the Arc Maxim, on the left. So is this talking about prophecy for the future? Or is this what happened in the past? So, on the right, we see individuals that are carrying, like, they're coming out like a factory. So on the right, we have like this factory that's producing a whole bunch of smoke. This fire-breathing dragon serpent thing blows flame, and then there's another big giant dragon thing, Kaido. Oh, man. I can't do this, dog. Kaido, potentially. Dragon. On the right, you have a big, ginormous serpent. They're both breathing fire at each other. NL in the middle. NL strikes lightning at the Crown Dude. The Crown Dude. That's gotta be Emu, right? The Crown Dude Emu, right here. They're on top of, is that an elephant? And no, that's the water. Because you see the Noah. That's clearly, bro, listen, man. I went to a lot of Bible school studies as a child. This is exactly what the Noah looked like within those types of like cartoony drawings I used to see as a kid. That's the water. So if that's the water, then what am I looking at? Because that's clearly the Noah right here. On the right is like an angel. To the right of Noah is like an angel. Then on the bottom, you have like Oh, no. It's literally the Noah. It's the two of each race. Remember, within Genesis, Noah was specifically instructed by God to bring two of each animal onto the ship so that they would survive the incoming rain. And so I think that's what that representing on the bottom is that we have two of each animal, two of each human, and two of another animal, representing that part of the story. Oh man, that's fascinating. So why is there only one winged individual on the right? Does that mean that the world being sunken under is what led to the Lunarians and other things of the sort to go extinct, to start going extinct because they weren't able to reproduce because they were not a part of that plan / prophecy? Incredibly interesting. Who is that in the middle? Oh no, I think that's just one of our characters, right? Yeah, that is. It's not a part of the same thing. No, that's Frankie. That's Frankie. Because Frankie's looking at the mural. So then there's the big behind tree in the middle. So this is separated by this big behind tree. So on the right side of this big behind tree is all the stuff we're seeing right here. On the left side of the big behind tree, you've got, oh man. Oh, here's the big robot. So the big robot thing right here. Then we have on a ship, we've got, is that the symbol that we saw in this chapter? With like the little rock things? So we have a boat with the little rock things. On the bottom we have another boat that has another symbol on it. Several other boats actually that are carrying similar versions of that symbol. Fishes. Then we have another giant was that a monster? It's like a monster with like long hair. And then oh my god, dude. Hold the flipping phone. The greatest to ever do it is in the middle. He's in the middle. Triple Santa hats, man. This dude is in the middle. Carried. Going through this ginormous Masamune blade. As he's going to fight this ginormous monstrosity on the left. And this ginormous monstrosity on the left is also with some of the other monsters. Or, I'm sorry, with some of the other humans. Humans fighting against fishmen. Oh, that was an instant messenger Sama that I was seeing in the picture. That must have been the queen or king of Fishman Island because of the trident. Very similar to King Neptune's. And now that we get to see the bottom part that shows the fin, that was the I'm going to assume the Poseidon of that time period. Holy crap. Then we have another one with a sword and shield fighting off against what I assume here is the WG. So the WG is on this side. I'm assuming this is WG and Instant Messenger Sama. Maybe the Gorosei and Instant Messenger Sama. On the top, we have Laboon's ancestor. Then we have a winged creature, very angelic, probably is a Lunarian. And then there's like a fox-like creature. So are these Joy Boy's companions? This is the squad that Joy Boy was rocking with back in the day, dude? Y'all, let me read these poems again, one more time. I'm not gonna lie. This might be a top 5 panel in all of One Piece for me. This is my favorite lore panel in the history of One Piece. I lost my pen. This is my favorite lore panel. Like this, if I were to have one lore panel that represents the entire series, this is the lore panel that represents the entire One Piece series for me. This is flipping goated. This is the Future Squad. So if the mural, so the mural only depicts, so Manabu says the mural only depicts the third and second world. So the left side is our squad. So the left side is the future. The left side, that's Luffy. That's the prophecy of Luffy coming into box Instant Messenger Sama as Instant Messenger Sama's holding the sun. Y'all just made it even more raw than I thought it was. Y'all just made it even more flipping goated than I thought it was, bro. That's the flipping future. That's Luffy. That's Shirahoshi. That's the whole squad. So, is that Frankie? Is the robot dude, is that Frankie? The robot dude is Frankie, right? Does that mean Chopper's one of them? Zoro's one of them? Only first and second, that's Joy Boy. I'm confused. Okay, only the first and second. The Elbaf robot. Okay, no, so I was right with the first interpretation. That's Emeth. That's Emeth. Emeth and Joy Boy. All this is the second world. Okay, the second world. This is the battle. What we're seeing here are the battles, the first world on the right and the second world on the left, right? That's what I'm assuming. The first world on the right and the second world on the left. Because on the right, or I'm sorry, on the left, we clearly see Joy Boy boxing. Clearly. All of this is the second world. Okay. Very, very, very interesting. I gotta read this one more time, man. Oh my god, dude. Yo, this might be the coolest panel in the history of One Piece, bro. Look at this. This is the Void Century, y'all. We're getting a manga panel of the Void Century. Remember when I told y'all that I wanted the Void Century to look like this? Like, I was like, bro, when we get to the Void Century, I want Oda to, like, draw it in, like, a really super unique art style. And, I mean, this is the closest thing we're getting to that. Bro, I dropped my pen, man. The pen that I used to, because I don't want to use my finger here. Bro, my house almost broke reading this chapter. I almost destroyed my camera. My chair is on its last legs. My iPad almost died. Oh my gosh, bro. Dude. Alright, let me read this again. The first world. The earth burned in endless flame. Oh, I see it right here. The earth burned in endless flame, and the hearts of men burned with desire. From whispered prayers, the sun god rose. From whispered prayers, the sun god rose, beckoned by the enslaved who reached for the forbidden star. The god of the land was enraged, and with a serpent of fire that we're seeing right here, this is the serpent of fire on the right. Serpent of fire, they cast the world into ruin. Darkness fell, death reigned, and they would not meet again. So we clearly see that right here on the right side of the page. With the serpent. I'm not sure, once again, if this is exactly what is being shown to us here. But that is my interpretation based on what I'm seeing on the serpent of fire. That thing represents it. So now let's go into the second world. The second world is obviously Instant Messenger Sama's. That's the Joy Boy time. That is the Void Century. That is the most important as part of One Piece besides the current time. A breath stirred in the abyss. The god of the forest wove their magic. So the god of the forest, I'm going to assume forest has to mean either the Garden of Eden within this world, or the Adam Tree, maybe where they even are right now. The god of the forest wove their magic, nurturing its devil fruits, nurturing them, right? Potentially, gardening, creating these fruits. While the sun lit the embers of war, those of the half-crescent is Wano. Half-crescent are the individuals that we just were with, right? And the full moons dreamed. Yet the ones who slew the sun deified themselves. Instant messenger Sama and the squad, evoking the wrath of the sea god. So the sea god got mad once Imu and them deified themselves and became the gods of the world, the celestial dragons. They would not meet again. And in the third world, which is ours, chaos reigns. The world drifts in a void. Yet time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Yet time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms as the voice of the half-moon echoes through the ages. Its shadow looms as the voice of the half-moon, once again, going back to Wano, echoing throughout the ages, a Toki who went from time period to time period, right? And once more, the sun god shall rise as it did within the Wano saga, and it will continue to, laughing, dancing, guiding the world to its final act. The sun is reborn, a new dawn will break. And surely, this time, they will meet. Dude... Oh, bro, man. This is... I'm at a loss for words for how incredible this final page is, man. A deep mythology unveiled. Half moon is the D. Oh, snap, you guys are right. Yes. The half moon, yes, the D. Y'all are spitting, dude. Half moon is the D. That makes so much sense. Forget what I just said. That completely, you're right. The half crescent refers to the Wano. But half moon is clearly a D. Clearly, y'all are spitting on that. Ooh. Wow, man. No break next week, dude. Just like Super told me that. He was like, yeah, we're getting 4 chapters in a row. I was like, there's no flipping way, man. Y'all, once again, for everybody who's here, I greatly apologize for the horrible look of the stream. But I truly appreciate y'all for being here, man. the bit rates are down, but man, bro, this is one of Oda's finest. You give me an awakened Shamrock sword. You give me the Luffy Shanks dynamic. Shamrock is officially going for the kids. You give me the potential possibility that this brother is Scott. Is this guy Scopper Gabon? Now that we have a chance to talk about this, is he actually Scopper? I'll read the supers here in a second. And then Frankie and my wife look upon the forbidden texts. Dude. God. And then we get this. Yo, man, this is chapter of the year. I know we're in January, but it's like, dude, I don't know, man. I can't say it. I can't say it. It It is, but so far, because, man, knowing Oda, bro, who knows, man? Who flipping knows, dude? Oh, man, yo, this is up there for me. Dog, this is the lore. This is what we always wanted. This is what I always wanted. This is what I always wanted, man. All right, let's go through the supers, y'all. Let's go through the supers. Let me see my, It is possible to get higher. That's back to Alejandro Solis. All right, so let me see this from my cousin here. Ooh. Okay, so my cousin just sent me something very interesting. So, it shows the image here. And so my cousin shows, and it says, on top, potentially Laboon. Right under, Lunarian. To the left, Emu. The middle, Luffy. The right, Emmet. Behind him, Loki. He does look like Loki, dude. On the right, the Kuja Pirates. On the bottom, the Wano Samurai. Below that, the Sea Beasts. Below that, the Grand Fleet. To the left, the Elbaf Giants. Above, Shirahoshi and the Ming tribe. Holy Flagnars, that makes so much sense. And then, being held within Emu's hand is the Mother Flame. Thank you for sending that, Adrian. Thank you for sending that, bro. That actually makes so much sense if we're looking at it from the present time. Like, if we're looking at this from the present time, it makes too much sense. It makes too much sense if we're looking at it from the present time. Thank you for sending me that, bro. That is a great potential possibility. Now, let's go into the supers. Josh, where's my water at? We're going to be here a while. We are going to be here a while, dude. This is peak fiction. That might be Alabasta, not the Kuja. Oh, okay. I could see that as well. The Tontadas. The Tontadas too, Noel. Yes. Laz, my boy, bro. Yo, Laz, this chapter was better than the trophy. You know what I'm saying? This chapter meant more than a trophy, bro. This was Oda dropping Kenny Omega, Kazuchika Okada round 2 in Dominion, man. Holy crap, dude. Josh Pointer starts us off with the supers with a 5 and says, 27 years in the make. Bro, a human being wrote this with 2 hands. With 2 hands, dude. 2 hands. Josh Pointer comes in with a 5 and says, 27 years in the making. 1,138 chapters later. Final Saga Oda. Be prepared for a long stream. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I'm so glad y'all voted for the afterthoughts, man, because I would have done it anyway. I would have done it anyway. You aren't ready for 1138 greatness. I was not ready for 1138. I was not ready for 1138 at all. I was not ready for 1138 at all, dude. At all. Thank you, Josh Pointer. Another indication this chapter was going to be peak. True Roofers. This is what I saw earlier. True Roofers then comes in with a 2 and says, you're going to need a new roof after this. But I'm going to need a new roof, a new camera, apparently a new internet service because I don't know why my internet looks so bad, but it is what it is. It is what it is, man. Shamrock's Cerberus, I can't believe I can actually say that correctly now, broke my internet. He genuinely did. What a chapter, bro. Yo, the ending of this chapter is gonna feed me for flipping years, bro. For years. For years. Yo, I want to give a massive shout out to Sir Raven in the chat. A good buddy of mine who just recently caught up to the One Piece manga and said he was going to check out the stream. So all love to Sir Raven in the chat. Shout out to my boy Noah, man. So True Roofers comes in with a 2 and says, you're going to need a new roof after this. I just read that. Then Double E Giuliani comes to membership for 5 months and says, nothing can prepare you for this chapter. Nothing could ever prepare me for this chapter. This is one of the all-timers for me. This is actually one of the all-timers for me. Double E Giuliani. Oh my goodness. Like, this was on the level of like the Robin Saul chapter, but in a different way. Seriously, it was sensational. It was absolutely sensational. Then Bweezy Bird comes in with a 5. Yo, Bweezy, God bless you, man. Seriously, dude. Seriously, bro. If it wasn't for you, man, I probably would have gotten spoiled in this chapter, knowing the insanity of what I just experienced. Thank you, brother. Comes in with a 5 and says, skip the title. Oda's a godfather. The pimp. The gangster. Put on that MJ jersey because he's the greatest of all time. Peak literature. Brother, this chapter was peak flipping literature. Peak literature, man. And I'm talking, listen, once again, y'all think I'm playing games. I went to school for this, bro. English and world literature. And I've gone through a lot of the ancient texts. The real ancient texts. I'm well read on many of the things. But they ain't moving me like this. Socrates ain't moving me like this. You know what I'm saying? Shakespeare ain't moving me like this. The brothers who did their thing in the past, they ain't moving me like this. Oh man, did they change the world, but I'm reading something that's changing my world. And that's more important to me. You know what I'm saying? This means something to me, man. Peak freaking fiction, man. Come on, dude. Appreciate you, Bweezy Bird. Thank you so much, man. I'm telling you, we majored in Oda Thugonomics. Mean Green 49 comes in with a 20 and says, Coach, grab your Santa hats, grab your MJ jerseys, dude. All 3 Santa hats, man. You might as well grab all the hats and jerseys you own. This chapter is the purest of peak fiction. Dude, this was seriously the purest of peak fiction. This was one of the best chapters, bro. Wow. Wow, man. Holy flag darts, bro. Spittin', Mean Green. Spin. I almost called him Mean Gene, and that probably would have been accurate as well. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, Mean Green. Thank you, dog. Thank you for the 20. Man, we're gonna be in here for a flipping, dude. Bro, it's just I have so many thoughts. Like, does that mean Joy Boy originates from Elbath? Because if we're talking about some kid's dream, then who's the kid? Was the kid Joy Boy? No, it couldn't have been flipping Joy Boy. It had to be somebody else. Who was the kid with the dream? I don't know, man. I don't flipping know. Jesus Alvarez comes over with a 2 and says, I can also vouch for the previous super chat, 100% Goda. Thank you, Jesus Alvarez. I appreciate you, man. Purest of peak fiction. It's like I just don't know, man. I just don't know. CV Maddie comes in with a 5 and says, hey, Coach, hope you're having a good evening. Just got home. Going to read alongside you something I've never done before. CV Maddie, thank you for being patient with me. With my internet dying midstream, I couldn't find my flipping iPad pen. My chair broke midstream. A lot of things went wrong. And you still stayed patient with me, CV Maddie. And it was your first time reading the chapter. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you for being patient with me, CV Maddie. I really do appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, CV Maddie. Holy flagnards. Lonely Mage comes to membership for almost 2 years. 23 months says, buckle up. Shout out to you, Lonely Mage. Thank you so much for being a member for the past 2 years. All love to you. Then Eric. Oh, Eric, man. I know you must have loved this chapter, dog. Comes in with a 2 and says, brother, you are not ready to get all the hats. From the beginning of this chapter to the end, it was like a quadruple Santa hat chapter, man. Phenomenal stuff. And the potential possibilities. That's lead me to believe we can still go higher. We can still go flipping higher. You know what I'm saying? Dog, I can't believe I saw that final page, man. Bro, we saw the void. We see the void sentry, dude. That is the void flipping sentry, dog. Oh my goodness, man. Holy crap. Derek of Rivik then comes with a 5 and says, I first read One Piece when I was 9. I'm 28 now. This chapter hits different. My advice, get some water. Thank you, Derek. I will do that right now. Let me get some water. Oof. Exactly, Peter Blade. The first Void Century. Like we saw the first world. We saw the second world. Because, you know, the thing is with this that fascinates me is before this arc started, we were talking about here in the streams the potential possibility of Elbaf giving us the Nika flashback. Not the Joy Boy flashback. The Nika flashback talks about the creation of the One Piece world, right? That seems very likely now. Now we get into how that first world ended, how the second world ended, and where the third world is going. We need to have the context of the other 2 Void Centuries to understand what's about to happen in our time. Excuse me, which tells me, when we come out of Elbaf, we're going to have the most context for what took place within the first world, maybe the first world completely, and then the second world, the most we've gotten so far, obviously, as we head into what we need to know before Luffy fights Instant Messenger-sama. Dang, man, I still can't believe it. Big Spoon Sev comes in with a membership and says, and to the Kingdom of Peak Fiction. I appreciate you, Big Spoon Sev. Thank you so much for joining the Kingdom of Peak Fiction. And of course, once again, a big shout out to Crimson Wolf, Ali G, and Arend. Ali G gifted 110 memberships today. Crimson Wolf gifted 10 memberships, and Arend gifted 50 memberships, yo. Y'all are insane. Once again, in this month alone, we have given away here on the channel 420 memberships. I appreciate y'all so much. That is insane, man. Holy sweet mother of Aunt Jemima. Savage that comes in with a €5 and says, I wasn't even in chat and got gifted. I got hit with a Shanks Wi-Fi gifting. And that very same Shanks Wi-Fi gifting is still destroying my stream as I speak, Savage. So all love to you, Savage. I'm glad that you were able to get the Shanks Wi-Fi gifting. And I'm glad, I hope that everyone who wants a membership got one, because 400 something memberships, man. It's insane. It is absolutely insane, dude. Thank you. Yo, Young, I see you in the comment section, bro. Goda, brother. What a flipping chapter, man. What a chapter. Silvershot says, you remember Kaido's technique, the conqueror of 3 worlds? Don't get me started, Silvershot. You're so right. The conqueror. Oh. The 3 worlds. Literally! Ragnarok? Yo, Spicy, man, it's good to see you. OMG! Yo, it's good. I'm so happy to see a bunch of y'all, man. Much love to everybody who's popping by, man. Seriously. Happy to see everyone. Happy to see everyone. Good jeez. Derek Rivian comes in with the 2 and says, Kingdom English volumes, when? I'm literally shook. Me too, Derek. I can't wait for those Kingdom English volumes, boy. You already know I'm going to buy them all. Super excited for that. Thank you, Derek Rivia. Akash Panda that comes in with a 2 and says, Who's Who has Yasue's sword that was stolen at 11:30? Thank you. You know when you get in the mood where you're so locked in to want to get into the chapter, especially with what I was told, the RGB, and to get ready for peak, I was like, I gotta get another chapter, you know, before I get spoiled. So I didn't even think about what was happening in the cover page. But that makes a lot of sense for Who's Who to have Yasue's sword that was stolen at 11:30. That makes so much sense. And thank you for elaborating on that, Kosh Panda, because for sure, going back and rereading this chapter again, I would not have clocked that. I would not have clocked any of that. I should go ahead and bring this up right now, actually. Go ahead and let me know. I'll look before I continue with the supers. So at the beginning of this stream, I said if we hit the super chat goal, we demolished it. We're gonna do a live afterthoughts as voted by the members. Would y'all like to do the afterthoughts tomorrow or on Sunday after we get the Viz, considering the kind of chapter this was? Because if we do this on Sunday after the Viz, I'll have to move the Kingdom stream to like Monday or Tuesday. Let me know what y'all would like to see. Either the afterthoughts being tomorrow or it being on Sunday. Because if it is on Sunday and we wait for the Viz translation, the Viz after Viz, okay, we'll do it on Sunday. We'll be back on Sunday. I mean, obviously, we're gonna keep going. I'm not ending the stream anytime soon. I can promise y'all that. We're not ending it anytime soon. But we will be doing after the Viz. And so we are most certainly gonna be here Sunday night, Sunday evening, in our own Super Bowl. Shout out to my Eagles, which are going to win next week. But in our own Super Bowl here to discuss this chapter thoroughly. So we will be here on Sunday for the official. Now, like I said, not ending the stream anytime soon. So let's continue talking about this chapter. So then NMT, but thank you guys for that. So we'll definitely do that on Sunday for sure. Now, Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, did not say devil fruit, just Cerberus. I almost said it another way. Cerberus like the Gorosei. So what you're implying, Akash Panda, is that the Cerberus... Yeah, you're right. It did not say the Cerberus fruit. So they're implying that this Cerberus sword also comes from like the Garcia Saturn and Gorosei monstrosities of the world. Oh, I didn't clock that, bro. That's so true. The origin of fruits. What does that mean? And then this chapter gave us the whole sea god, like enraging the sea god. Man. Dude. Oh, my bad, yo. I missed the Japanese message. Dude, send it again. I apologize. I'm reading the supers. I'm reading the supers. I greatly apologize. But, dude, that makes so much sense, man. Because you're right, in this chapter, it did not bring up the little Oda box that normally comes up with the fruit. It was just like with St. J. Garcia Saturn. Dang, dude. So what is that implying, man? That all of the Holy Knights and all the individuals up there, that they're too good for... That they're too good for regular fruits? That they have to utilize, like, the purest essence of these fruits? Is that what I'm getting at? That's actually really interesting if that's the case, man. And we could actually explore something super, super fascinating with that Akash Panda, honestly. We really, really could. Thank you for elaborating on that. I once again, another thing that I would not have clocked. Then Jacob Dabby comes with a 5 and says, cannot believe I'm here live for this. You're a king, and I thank you for your passion and soul. No, Jacob Dabby. I thank y'all. Because I spent still in this part of the chapter and in this part of the stream, my stream looks terrible, and y'all are still here. My stream looks terrible, and y'all are still here. Y'all are the kings and queens. I really do appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Bumpy Painter 35 comes with a membership. Truly appreciate you, Bumpy Painter. Thank you so much for that. Then Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says silhouette reveal plus Roger Pirate's mention equals Gabon. Exactly what I'm thinking as well. Why else would they have Scopper in the middle of that panel? As well as at the end have them going away as they're talking specifically about the Roger and Rayleigh stuff. It's got to be Scopper, Gabon, and or somebody super connected to the Roger Pirates and the Shanks stuff. It has to be. It absolutely has to be. let me see this real quick. Yeah, I gotcha. We will continue to read the supers and then send me the message again. I appreciate you, brother. Now, Bumpy Painter comes in with a 2. Says, "Sup, Recon, you're the reason I got into trails." Yo, Bumpy Painter, thank you so much for checking out Trails. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 weeks, Trails Through Daybreak drops on February 14th, Valentine's Day. So, Trails Greatness continues. Another series that is in the middle of its final saga. And absolutely cooking at the highest level as well. So shout out to Trails, another series that I love just as much as I love this one. Thank you, Bumpy Painter, for that. That is so cool. Man, people getting into peak fiction. We'd love to see it, Bumpy Painter. Then Vacuum 3 comes in with a 2 and says, "What could it be?" What could it be? That is literally my thought process of this entire flipping chapter. What could it be, man? What could it be, 3? What could it be? Thank you, yo. Then OMG comes in with a 2 and says, "Yep, really need the afterthoughts for this." OMG, if there's any chapter we've ever needed an afterthoughts, it's for this chapter. This chapter is the reason why the afterthoughts was created. This chapter was the reason why the afterthoughts was created. Was for chapters like this. No question. Absolutely no question. Oh, that's super cool, Facundo Pujol. I appreciate you checking out Trails as well. You're playing Trails in the Sky SC. Absolute greatness. Absolute greatness. Appreciate you. Ashwin Murali comes with a 2. Thank you, OMG, by the way. Thank you. Glad to see you here. Ashwin Murali comes with a 200 and says, "You're going to want to make an extended discussion afterthoughts for this one, Coach. Keep reading." You were so right on the money. Yo, these supers were dropping while I was in the middle of the chapter. Y'all were cooking. Y'all were definitely cooking, yo. Holy flagnards. Thank you, Ashwin Murali. You're most certainly right about that. About both of them. Now, Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, "So Luffy's dream is related to global cooperation." So, is that our collective sentiment? That both last week's chapter and this week's chapter both have something to do with Luffy's dream. So if that's the case, and we're talking about the kid's dream from this week's chapter, we are looking at the final panel as well as everything that has to do with the Ripley Frankie stuff at this point in time is all directly related and connected to Luffy's dream. Because I am 110% of that same mindset. And it fascinates me endlessly, Akash Panda. It's actually the stuff that might interest me the second most after the whole first world, second world, third world stuff in that entire final panel. Because the Luffy's dream thing, this is our biggest clue. Our biggest clue into what it could potentially be. And like you said, relating to global cooperation and all of the races uniting for some way, reason, or purpose. Going back to like the party theory, right? Or going back to something that unites everything. That is kingly, you know. Something uniting a whole bunch of individuals together is very kingly. And this world, and this entire series has been based around what it means to be a king. And exploring that concept and idea in every sense of the word. So I'm so interested in Akash Panda. And I'm right there with you. Right there with you, especially in regards to the global cooperation stuff. Akash Panda then comes with a 5 and says, "TCB's translation for the last page is not the best. I have posted 2 better alternatives on Discord OP channel." Oh, okay, along with a labeled mural. Thank you, Akash Panda. Let me go into the Discord. Let's take a look here at this other translation. Okay, so this is another translation of the chapter. First world. Flames engulfed the land and humans succumbed to their desires. Touching the forbidden sun, the enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god was enraged, and together with the serpent of infernal flames, shrouded the world in death and darkness. They would never meet again. Second world. Breath stirred within the void, and the forest god sent forth the demons. The sun did nothing but spread the fires of war. The sun did nothing but spread the fires of war. That goes in line with what we've been talking about in this arc of, was Joy Boy a destroyer, or was Nika a destroyer, or was he a savior? Depending on your perspective. In this particular poem, it says that the sun did nothing. The sun did nothing but spread the fires of war, but cause war and chaos and destruction. Very interesting. The people of the half moon dreamed. The people of the full moon dreamed. Humans slew the sun and became gods. And the sea god raged they would never meet again. Third world. In chaos there is void. The troubled shadow remembers the promised day and hears the voice of the fractured moon. The sun god dances and laughs, leading the world to its end. The sun will return once more, and a new dawn will arrive, and surely this time they will meet again. Very fascinating. Oh man, dude, the comparisons between one translation and the other is really making me think now. Let me read the third translation and then compare that. The first world, there was fire upon the earth. Humanity succumbed to desire and touched the forbidden sun. The slaves made a wish, and the god of the sun appeared. But the god of the earth became enraged, and alongside the serpent of hell, enveloped the world in death and darkness. They could never meet again. The second world, there was breath upon the emptiness. The god of the forest sent forth demons. The sun merely spread the embers of war. The people of the half moon dreamed. The people of the moon dreamed. Humanity killed the sun and then ascended to divinity. The god of the sea became enraged, and they could never meet again. The third world, there was void upon the chaos. The unbidden shadows remember the day of the promise, and they near the voice of the fragmented moon. The god of the sun dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun will return, and a new dawn will come. They will surely meet again. So, now, this is the version. So remember, I was just talking about the one my cousin sent me, which showed a third world. The third world, how this thing could be interpreted from a third world perspective. Now we have something else from the one that is being sent here by Kosh Panda, which is what appears to be a first and second world situation. So from right to left, we have Seeking, the ancient kingdom of futuristic society. Ancient technology, that makes sense to me. Dead, things falling and dying. Shandian and Birkin, the Noah, 100%. Ancient kingdom king, makes sense. The Maxim, there's no way that it's anything but the Maxim. The infernal serpent, the dragon, coming down, right? Now, we have to remember as well, in the book of Revelations, the devil is referred to as both a dragon and a serpent. So both of those interpretations in terms of like end times things really can mean the same exact thing. The serpent and the dragon can mean the same thing. So them being the same thing, this infernal serpent being this dragon, and that also makes a lot of sense, Akash Panda. You're definitely spitting on that. It very well could be the case. Then we have the Adam and Eve tree right next to it. Then Joy Boy's crew, Wano, Ancient Kingdom allies, the Tontada, Poseidon, the Minx, the Giants. Then there's a 20 Kingdom alliance with Emu, the Mother Flame, Nika, the Lunarians, the Whale, the Minx, Emeth, and the Ancient Giants. You know something? Both this one and the one that my cousin sent me are both equally as viable. Equally as viable. The Ancient Kingdom thing on the right makes so much sense to me. You're definitely spitting on that end. Most certainly the ancient kingdom, the ancient technology, no question. So it just makes you think, then how would the flying flagnards seeking there? As well as the connection with the Maxim. The Maxim and the Noah. And the flames, the battle. Because if it's a seeking, it shows a seeking and the infernal serpent fighting as the Maxim attempts to either ascend to the moon or descend from the moon. Which are both equally as interesting to me. Regardless, thank you for sending me those translations, Akash Panda. As we continue to compare those three translations and the Viz, that is going to make for a very, very interesting discussion when we get back to this on Sunday. For sure. For sure. Thank you for sending that, Akash Panda. Now, Josh Pointer goes members for 17 months, says, do not skip Skypiea, people. Check chapter 287, page 15. Yo, hold on. Were we cooking? Y'all know how much I love my Skypiea. Chapter 287, page 15. Ladies and gentlemen, class is in session. Let's go to page 287, page 15. Let's pull this up on the computer here. One Piece Wa. I can't believe we're getting another chapter after this, bro. This feels like the perfect break chapter. 287. 287 is in the middle of the Mont Blanc Nolan flashback, right? If I'm not mistaken. 287. Chapter is titled Kami Killing. Yeah, I knew it. It is the Mont Blanc Nolan flashback. Right. Alright, so let's go page 15. Alright, page 15. Holy shiesties. They start hitting the drums. Take the girl to the altar. God of the sun, the rain, the forest, the earth. Oh my gosh, bro. How did I not remember that? And of course they believed in this. Especially now that we see that mural. And then the snake, how they believed the snake was their Skypiea, bro! Yes! Their god, which was this snake thing. Oh. Wow. Dude. Yo, Josh Pointer, man. Oh, holy flagnards. Like, this entire segment to me is completely changed in terms of how I view it because of the final panel. Because of what all of this meant to the first and second world, which is where the Mont Blanc, Nolan, and Calgar, the individuals within this flashback, were still within that mindset of those individuals. Right? They still believed heavily in that. And they lived through it. Their ancestors lived through it. Wow. Good call, man. Good flipping call. Good flipping call, dude. Akash Panda. Oh, snap. I lost my my place. Akash Panda comes in with a few of them back to back and says, with a 5 and a 5 and a 5. Forbidden Sun equals the original Mother Flame. Half Moon equals D. People of the Full Moon equals Lunarians. How did I not think of that? Sun only spreads embers of war. Is the mother flame? Oh, see, I didn't think of that, Akash Panda. I thought the sun... Excuse me, I thought the sun only spreading the embers of war meant Nika or Joy Boy, only in their eyes spreading the embers of war. That's what I thought. But you're saying it's the mother flame that is only causing the wars. That is also interesting. So the Forbidden Sun is the original flame. Half Moon D, people of the full moon, is the Lunarians, and then the sun only spreading the embers of war being the mother flame that caused the wars. That is interesting. That is actually extremely fascinating. Then you follow that up with Earth God and Forest God both mentioned in Skypiea, as we just talked about. The D-Clan and the Lunarians used the Forest God's power to create devil fruits from dreams. Second world. That's it. That's it. That is what the poem is trying to tell us. From their desires. From their desires, right? Zunisha's not on the mural. Yeah, you're right. Zunisha's not on the mural. Was he human back then? Zunisha's punishment. Zunisha's not on the mural. Was he human back then? Also, did we just get Emu's Devil Fruit reveal? I feel like Oda just spoiled me on the end of the series. Akash Panda, that's what I've been trying to, struggle with in my head. Did we just see, the end of One Piece? You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't believe that this is not a break chapter. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe there's a chapter next week. So, Zunisha's on the mural, you say, Brandon King? He's with the Noahs and King. You're right! Brandon King's right. Brandon King is right. Brandon King's right. I think Brandon King might be right. I was wondering what that big elephant thing was. And why did I think of Zunisha? That's why Zunisha's housing so much water. Remember, I was wondering why, within the arc specifically, Zunisha would specifically go in and was always involved with water. Not only just water, but specifically the legs were created so that Zunisha could withstand being above a lot of water. Brandon King, you might be spitting with that, dude. That's a good call. That's a really good call. That's a fantastic call. Yeah, Zunisha being on there with all of them, the ones on top. So then, being just large enough to be above. So then who is that king on top of Zunisha then? Is this Zunisha's punishment? Is this what Zunisha's apologizing for? Is doing that? I don't know. Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know. Subra might be spitting. Zunisha carrying Emu is the reason of the punishment. Very well could be the case. Because it could be Emu. It could be flipping Emu. Oh, shoot. It could be Emu. It could be Lily. But if it's Emu, the one on the left has to be Emu, right? The one on the left has got to be Emu. Unless... My brain is breaking. Let's continue. Akash Panda, thank you so much for those supers. Absolutely cooked. Oh my... Dude. The Lunarians being the people of the full moon makes so much sense as well. Animaniac comes in with an 89, membership for 11 months, almost a full year. Thank you, Animaniac. And says, to me, it seems to depict the first and second world. So when we go back to the when we go back to this mural again, Animaniac, I most certainly see what you and a lot of the members in the chat were talking about. What you and Akash Panda and what I saw was a stream of consciousness within the chat of this being specifically the first and second world. But because Oda loves his parallels, man, I could see this being the end too. I could see this being a representation of both the prophecy and the thing that took place in the past. Something that is mixed with all three. I see this image being all three of the worlds. I do. I can most certainly see that being the case, man. Like, I understand and I see the first and second world exclusive, like this just being the first and second world. I completely can see that being the case. But there's also a part of me that says that this could very well just easily be the third world too. You know? That's how good this panel is. Very well could be the case. Very well could be the case. But I'll tell you what. Specifically on the... Oh, man. But it's the max line. Oh, man. We'll come back to that. Thank you, Animaniac. Appreciate you. Then Luffy D. Kush comes in with a 2. And just comes with a 2. Appreciate you, Luffy D. Kush. Then RN comes a membership for 29 months, yo. All love to you, RN. Thank you so much for that. And says, left is the third world. Loki did not exist in Joy Boy's era, and he's there supporting Luffy. That is the first glimpse of the final war. So once again, going back to the one that my cousin sent me, and that really does look like Loki, bro. That looks 170% like Loki. Showing a Loki and a Luffy going to box Emu, bro. The final saga! Final saga Oda, man. Goodness gracious, bro. Dude, it really, it 100% looks like Loki, bro. Unless Loki had a look-alike back in the day. It really does look like Loki, man. It just does, dude. Definitely spitting on their end, man. There's so many different interpretations of this final panel. That's what makes it so good. That's what makes it so incredibly good. Is that you can have all these interpretations and they all feel right to me. Thank you, our end. KK then comes in with a 2. Says, read the OP scans translation for the final panel. That's exactly, I think, what I just read. That Akash Panda sent me. But thank you, KK. Then J Manuel RM comes with a 50. Says, the Serpent of Fire in the first world is the red line. They would not meet again. The Serpent of Fire in the first world is the red line. So destroying the red line, which obviously has been the biggest theory for the One Piece that unites the seas, would be destroying the flipping serpent. Oh, shoot. Akash Panda says that the red line is the remains of the fire serpent. That makes sense. That makes total sense. And like RN says, it may be dormant in the red line and the awakening could destroy it. It divides the seas like Eamon Quinn says. The seas shall surely meet again! Bro, that's a cook! That is a cook, dude! Y'all cooked. Y'all flipping cooked, man. That's a cook. I rock with that so heavy. I love that idea. I really love that idea. And it connects to the long-standing One Piece and All Blue and all those theories that we've had for so many years. Wow. Great. Yes, man. Yes. Thank you, J Manuel RM. Luffy D. Kush then comes with a 5 following that. It says, the items we see humans holding in the first world are the prayers for Nika. The items we see humans holding the first rule of the prayers for Nika. That's why we don't see him. Lily equals the sea god, enraged with Mu for killing Joy Boy. So you think Lily may have become the sea god and was enraged with Mu for killing Joy Boy? That's interesting, Luffy D. Kush. Now, going back to the first world, which we assume is the one on the right. Oh, that is potentially what they're holding. Ah. Dude. Ah, man. So what is that implying? That the prayers weren't able to reach? Because up here, it says the sun god rose from the whispered prayers, beckoned by the enslaved who reached for the forbidden star. The god of the land was enraged with a serpent of fire, and they cast the world into ruin. This chapter's gonna destroy my brain, man. Like Wano's lanterns, hopes, dreams, and praise. Oh, man, we gotta stop it now, Goku. Yes, like Wano's lanterns, their prayers going up. Defeat the big scary dragon. I can't do this anymore, man. I can't flipping do this anymore, bro. Wow. You cook with that, brother. Let me put this in a Google Translate real quick. So, my Japanese friend comes in and says, in order to counter Zoro's three-sword style, Cerebus' style, three-sword style will be in hot pursuit. This art gives me nostalgia for all of Skypiea style history. 100%, bro. And NL takes revenge on Nika when he comes back. Maxim? Listen, as long as NL comes back into the story, I'm happy. I am so happy. And whatever means he comes back. But man, when that happens, dude, it's going to be hype. The Zoro and Cerebus thing, it fascinates me so much. Like, Luffy fighting Shamrock as Zoro fights the Cerebus. Book it. Book it, man. Book it. Seriously, book it. Now, we continue. James K. Polk comes in with a 5 and says, the humans facing the same side as Emu are the 5 elders. Agreed, James K. Polk. I definitely agree with that. Right here, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are the 5 elders. Right here on the left side. 110%. Those are the members of the original alliance, the 20 kings that fought with Emu to go take on everyone, as we saw within the ancient texts, or not the ancient text, the with that part whenever in Egghead, in Egghead, whenever it showed Joy Boy fighting against all the 20 kings as Vegapunk was delivering his message. It most certainly does feel like that is the case. Which the 20 kings. The 20 kings. The 20 kings? The 20 kings. Lily. The 20 kings. Lily, of course, not being with them. So if Lily's the one on the right side of the page, brain is starting to break, dude. My brain's starting to break. 100% though, James K. Folk. 100%. 100%. Thank you for the 5. Akash Pen that comes in with a 5 and says, all Joy Boy's allies are facing left towards Emu. And the Emu crown on the right is likely the king of the ancient kingdom. Emu likes to wear his crown now. So you think, so right here, the Emu crown on the right, above the elephant, who I believe could be Zunisha, appears to be the king of the ancient kingdom, and now Instant Messenger Sama, as a trophy, wears that crown on his head now. God, bro, this image of Emu is so flipping fire, dog. Like, just look at how raw that looks. And once again, it goes into the Emu, the main antagonists, wanting to become Joy Boy. And so Emu, after defeating this entire army, then chose to attempt to become one of these gods. And did so for the past 800 years. And now when we have to fight Emu, it's gonna be like Emu and the kings. So it's gonna be Luffy right there and the flipping Straw Hats against the monstrosity of the Celestial Dragons. Except we aren't just gonna be them. It's gonna be us and a whole bunch of our alliances that we've made throughout the course of the entire series, our friends and everyone. So that's why this also feels like it could be a final saga panel too, man. But yeah, you're absolutely right on that, Akash Panda. And it very well could be the king. It could be Lily, it could be Emu, it could be the actual king of the ancient kingdom. And like you said, Emu wears his crown now. 100%. 100%. Thank you, fam. Double E Giuliani comes in with a 20 and says, in my interpretation, the first world and the second world. On the left side, it's not Loki, but rather his ancestor. Ah, yes, Loki's ancestor. Just like the rest of the group. On the right side, maybe people carrying the mother flame from the ancient kingdom. Oh, so you don't think it's prayers, you think it's the mother flame. That the humans created the mother flame. Here. In the factory, they created the mother flame. They finished it off around here and eventually made it over here. And the mother flame fueled the big thing on the right. If you're right, Double E Giuliani, and this is actually the mother flame, that would explain why the mother flame continues to go upwards towards this thing on the right. Because it's fueling it. Which means all 3 of the ancient weapons are probably on this screen. Poseidon's on the left. Pluton? On the right? Uranus up top? Maybe that's too much. Maybe I don't know. I might be reaching. But I do think it is interesting how we have the mother flame directly going up towards this creature on the right, who seems to be coming out of this factory. That is extremely interesting to me. Very, 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 very interesting to me. Frankie is Pluton. Frankie's flipping Pluton in the center. Frankie, you're right. Frankie's Pluton in the center. Frankie's flipping Pluton, man. Your spin. I can't deny that. I can't deny that in the slightest. I cannot deny that in the slightest. Double E Giuliani, that is a great interpretation. So far, every interpretation that I've seen has been fantastic and equally as viable as the others. What a final panel to be able to bring about this kind of discussion, man. Thank you, Double E Giuliani, for that fantastic comment. Then, East Blue Saga comes in with a 2 and says, this is that real-ish. My heart. I'm shaking, bro. I'm right there with you, East Blue Saga, bro. Like, yo, this is that real stuff, bro. Like, the stuff that makes you stay up at night. Like, whenever I try to go to sleep later, and for the next few days, I'm just going to be thinking about this panel, man. Like, this panel changed everything. This panel completely changed the game. Completely changed the game, dude. Yo, Sir Raven, bro. Thank you so much. Noah, man. All love to you, bro. Thank you so much for stopping by, dog. Thank you so much for stopping by, bro. All love to you. But, man, like, East Blue Saga, this, like you said, this type of stuff that makes you shake. Thank you, East Blue Saga. I appreciate you. Herlock Sholmes then comes in with membership for 17 months, says, going full agenda. That big behind serpent's going to be Kaido's awakened form, a.k.a. Pluton. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Bring Kaido back into the story 2024. Listen, hey, when I saw that big thing on top, I also thought of Kaido. So you're not alone. Because Kaido, when he showed up in Wano, also came out of the sky just like that. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. I'm there. Hey, Herlock Sholmes, I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I'm saying that as a Kaido tard. You know, it may not make sense logically, but it's what my heart says. You know what, Herlock Sholmes? I love your agenda. I'm backing your agenda. I'm there with you. I'm there with you on the agenda. I'm there, Herlock Sholmes. I'm there with you, baby. I'm there with you. I'll love to you, Herlock Sholmes. Thank you so much for membership for 17 months. Now, Arend comes in with a 5K and says, this is a prophecy. Giants have never cooperated with other races. Dude, that's true. So the left side's the prophecy? It very well could, man. Arend, it very well could. I mean, you just look at it, right? And it very well could be a prophecy, bro. Holy sweet mother of Flagnards, man. Rivley said it here also. In the mural, they are doing it. This is some God of War Ragnarok level of murals predicting what's to come. Yes! Legit! Just as we were... Bro, it's crazy, man. We were talking about how much like God of War could potentially have, like viewing Elbaf through the lens of God of War could potentially, like, change the way that we look at things, and now it's, like, literally coming to fruition. From, like, us seeing what happened at the end of the original God of War 2018, and what happened in those murals, and what we saw in those murals, and then seeing what that became in Ragnarok. It's like, bro, man, you're spitting, dude. Also, another interpretation that's just as viable. And you're so right about the Giants thing. So right. Akash Panda comes with a 5 and says, this mural was drawn by a kid 800, 900 years ago. Not by a scholar. The art is likely contemporary Second World and not First and Third World. Kids draw current heroes. That's also just as viable. Because you're absolutely right about that. The kid drawing this comic. This thing that they would find interesting. All of those years ago about the current state of the world. And maybe what they were hearing about at the time, right? Like what they were hearing about what was happening around the world and how it was directly impacting them. Dude, that kid's name was Akira Toriyama or something, man. I mean, just look at this. Look at the art on this page. That kid's name was Tezuka Toriyama. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the manga goats, bro. Kid's name might have been named Oda. You know what I'm saying? He was probably named Oda. Young Oda, exactly, Quack 2. Yo, Quack 2, I love your profile picture. I really love your profile picture. But very well could be young Oda. No question. But yeah, no, a great point, Akash Panda, once again. Very well could be part of that second rule, not the first and third. It's all these interpretations are equally as viable, man. It's crazy. Mike Ross comes in with a 7 and says that drawing might represent Emu, though the drawing that might represent Emu takes me back to the monster shadow we saw in the Florian Triangle. Let me take another look at it real quick. Definitely spitting. Most certainly spitting. Yeah. Most certainly so. And what adds fuel to your theory, Mike Ross, is the fact that when Sabo was fighting Emu, we saw how Emu could expand and contract and become smaller at will, similar to like how Luffy does, because he turns that big ginormous mouth thing. So he's able to make himself big. So I strongly believe what we see here in this panel is very possible. Very, very possible. James K. Polk comes in with a 5 and says, in Norse mythology... Thank you, Mike Ross, by the way. Absolutely. James K. Polk comes with a 5 and says, in North... No! My stream is dying. Is my video quality still terrible? Let me see. Viewer activity. Let's go back to... Dude, my stream health has been horrible this entire stream, man. And I blame Stabs. So going back to James K. Polk. James K. Polk comes in with a 5 and says, in Norse mythology, some giants can see the future, so it could be a future vision of a dream of the last arc. James K. Polk, and that could most certainly be the case as well. A kid who dreamt and then drew of everything. Oh, wait. Just like how in Revelations, John couldn't comprehend everything that was coming to his mind. So he tried to write it to the best of his abilities. Because the way that it's interpreted is, he wrote about a lot of the things that he wrote about in Revelations in the obscure manner he did, because he didn't have anything to compare it to. Let's just say, putting it into like our context, let's say like someone sees from like 2,000 years ago a fighting airplane or something like that. You don't know how to describe that in your current era, right? Like you don't know. You can't possibly describe that, especially if you're writing it. So if you're writing saying the kid had a dream similar to like the vision that John had in the book of Revelations, then you have a moment where the kid wakes up and draws everything that he saw in his dream. And that's why everything feels so disconnected, where you have like a whole bunch of stuff happening over here, a whole bunch of stuff happening over here, and all of it, because you know that dreams, it could go in and out and not make much sense while still all coming together to form like a complete picture. That makes a lot of sense, actually, James K. Polk. It just like Shirley. Yes. Great point, Akash Pan. HQ, we're back at high quality. Maybe. Maybe so. But that is what I'm thinking, James K. Polk. And I think that is a fantastic interpretation of it. Because it does feel like that could be the case. And if we are going on to prophecies, if we are going into things that you have to attempt to make sense of, we've already seen it before, like Akash Mehta said with Madame Shirley. And so if we're already starting to bring in a lot of biblical things, as we're seeing here within this final page, then bringing something in like a prophecy as foretold about the end times through the John in the book of Revelations, then something like a kid drawing something very similar to that about the end of the world or the time that would come at in the future in the third world, that also makes a lot of sense to me too, man. Fantastic interpretation, James K. Polk. Like, each one is just as viable as the other, for sure. Brandon King then comes in and says, possibility that the two sovereigns are those who are supposed to meet. Great point. Another fantastic point. The two sovereigns from the Roger flashback in that section of Fishman Island, the two sovereigns are the ones that are supposed to meet. So the two sovereigns are individuals who have not met yet. The two sovereigns? That's a cook, Brandon King. That is a cook. And it connects to Fishman Island. Fox Tamer MGO just came in with a whole bunch of money. I don't know what that translates to into our cash, but a whole bunch of money. Appreciate you, Fox Tamer MGO. I will get to that in just a second. But I am, as well as Tier 1 Will, who dropped 100 in the middle of us reading the chapter. I truly appreciate you, Tier 1 Will. But I'm stuck on this James K. Polk theory because I rock with it so heavy, and it does go along with like the how the arc has felt so far. It does. It's so many great interpretations. Before I go into the next super, let me read this Fox Tamer MGO super. It comes in with an SAR 250. It says, First World, the god of Earth was enraged. The god of Earth was enraged, and he created the red line. East and West will never meet again. Ooh, with the red line. Second World, the god of the sea was enraged. He created the calm belt. That's a cook, yo. That's a cook. That's a cook. That's a cook, man. God of the Sea was enraged, and he created the calm belt. The North and South will never meet again. The Third World. No more red line in the calm belt, and they will surely meet again. Fox Tamer MGO. We've had a lot of phenomenal comments in this stream. That one might be the comment of this stream right now. It took everything that y'all have been cooking on throughout the course of this stream and put it into one super that makes so much sense. Wow. Fantastic comment. Fantastic comment. Yes. God of the Earth was enraged, created the red line. East and West will never meet again. God of the Sea was enraged, created the calm belt. North and South will never meet again. No more red line and calm belt. They will surely meet again. Wow. Dude, you cooked, Fox Tamer MGO. You cooked so hard. So hard. Wow. So, are the ancient weapons, staying on Fox Tamer MGO's comment, and now that we're talking about the three aspects of the One Piece world that have to be destroyed for the world to become one again, are the ancient weapons going to have something to do with all three? Because obviously the red line can I'm not going to say easily, but it feels like the red line could be destroyed by something like Uranus if it's powerful enough. Meanwhile, the calm belt feels like it could truly or the red line could be destroyed by Pluton and Uranus potentially, both of them respectively. Meanwhile, the calm belt feels like it could be conquered by a Poseidon, right? That's the way I see it. A Poseidon can conquer the calm belt, remove the Sea Kings that are there, and thus cause a shift, cause a change within the calm belt, while Pluton and Uranus could destroy the other two. I'm not sure, but it is interesting. It is there could be a connection there. At the very least with the calm belt thing, I do think Shirahoshi's going to have something to do with that. Most certainly. But yo, fantastic comment, Fox Tamer. Thank you so much for that. You feel me, Flourish? Like, it very well could be the case. Salty Steve comes in with a 3 and says, Loki is Luffy's Odin. Book it. Book it. If Loki is our final crew member, book it to the roof and back, man. Loki is Luffy's Odin. Book it! Let me get it. And that would be so flipping goated. Especially with how much I've been loving his character. Come on. Come on, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's flipping get it, dude. Loki is Luffy's Odin. I'd be down with that. I would definitely be down with that. Thank you, Salty Steve. Let's see with time if you are right. Boise Bird comes in with a 2 and says, more info about the first world than Zebek. What was Rox cooking? What is Oda cooking with Rox? To the point to where we know more about the first world than Rox D. Zebek. Someone who most certainly must have been researching these very same topics. I want to know so much more about Rox, man. I want to know, bro. But that is insane, Weezy Bird, when you really think about it. That's nuts. Thank you, Weezy, man. Akash Panda goes in with a 2 and says, some kid 800 years ago draws random BS. OP fans peak. I mean, bro, realistically, we might be looking at a Kinemon panel. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, a kid 800 years ago woke up from the dream, like was brought up earlier from James K. Polk. Woke up from a dream, drew all the stuff from the dream, and Kinemoned his way to being the most legendary mangaka in history. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Very well could be the case. Very well could be the case. But that is hilarious, Akash Panda. Derek Rivi comes with the 2 and says, is this the first stretch of 4 chapters since Wano? Yeah, since 1054, 1055, 1056, 1057. I think that was the last time we got 4 chapters back to back, and that was Oda coming off of a break. A month break. I think that's the last time Oda's dropped 4 chapters. Let me know, chat, but I think that is the last time that he dropped 4 chapters back to back. But I do think so, Derek. Josh Porter comes with the 2 and says, imagine what the next chapter has in store. The flipping next chapter is going to be the break chapter, right? We assume. What does Oda have for a break chapter that's after this? Is it going to be Stabs meeting Luffy? I don't know, man. Exactly, Jonathan RK. Exactly. They precisely what kids do. And honestly, Jonathan RK, since this arc is about creation, that would be a beautiful way for Oda to talk about, in a meta sense, the importance of stories and the importance of cartoons, the importance of comics. That those are the things that stand the test of time. It would be like a Billy Bat-esque theme to explore on how comics and stories have been the one thing that have united mankind from the beginnings and origins of our history until now. And that would be like Oda's way of going about that. I actually really, really like that, Jonathan Arcade. That's a fantastic point. That's a very fantastic point. But yeah, no, Josh Pointer, you're absolutely right on that, yo. You're absolutely right on that. What in the world is the next chapter in store for us? Alejandro Solis, with membership for 4 months, says, I wasn't part of the community in S-tier moments, but I'm damn grateful that I was here for a legendary chapter and coughed Galaxy Punch us to our faces. Alejandro Solis, you came here at the perfect time for the final saga greatness. I can tell you, Alejandro Solis, as someone who has been in the community for almost all of the legendary moments, for as long as the YouTube anime community has been here, I've been in the One Piece community. And this is one of the legendary chapters for me. From a lore standpoint, this is up there with like the very, very best of them, man. This is going to be a chapter that we look back on just like we do when we think of like other chapters in their own way, right? Like the Gear 5 reveal, when we think of Ultimate, the Bounty chapter, just like what epitomizes the Sabo Return chapter, the Reverie chapters, like what epitomizes the weekly experience is a chapter like this. This is at the very like epitome of the chapter. I mean, it is sensational. Sensational. Oh. That's on me. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It was it wasn't Cough, it was Coach. My apologies, Alejandro Solis. My apologies. But I get what you mean. And it most certainly is one of the most legendary. Definitely one of the most legendary chapters that I've been a part of, especially in regards to the lore piece stuff. That final panel is going to go down in legend. I mean, we're going to be discussing that thing for years. I mean, maybe not, because Void Century is probably around the corner, and like a couple years or so, or next year, or 2 years after that, right? But until the Void Century happens, this is our panel, right? Leading into that. But thank you, Alejandro Solis. Then Hank joins the Kingdom of Awesome Sauce. I love to you, Hank. Thank you so much for that. OMG comes in membership for 34 months, almost 3 years, and says, Emu and Joy were our twins. Don't start with me, OMG. Don't start. We're already starting with the parallels with Shanks and Shamrock, and let's not get into this, OMG. Let's not try this. Let's not attempt to bring another parallel into this. I know you're just joking, but listen, I'm not going to throw out the possibility. We're already bringing up Brandon King brought up the possibility of the two sovereigns, Emu and Joy being twins. I'm not going to throw that out of the realm of possibility. Yo, gay porn. That is a very, 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 very good idea. Sea God equals Davy Jones. We have had to explore. We've been thinking about what is going to be like the introduction of like the Davy Jones locker scenario of Davy Jones himself as a concept. We already saw the Flying Dutchman back in Fishman Island, which of course leads us into something like a Davy Jones situation. And I've been trying to think about like what bro, y'all gotta start tripping on the name. That make me laugh, but it's bro. Yeah, look, Hank, man, you gotta understand, bro. That he cooked. The brother cooked, man. The brother cooked. You know, the name had to take second fiddle to the cook, because the Sea God equals Davy Jones thing. It makes you think, because once again, this is a pirate manga, and it being a pirate manga truly makes you it makes you consider a lot of things that are extremely piratey, and there's nothing more piratey than Davy Jones. Like there's absolutely nothing more piratey than Davy Jones. And so we've been wondering the entire series, when is that going to come into fruition? And you're absolutely right, especially with Davy Jones potentially being connected to the origin of devil fruits and the enraging the Davy Jones, which caused what enraged Davy Jones was Emu ascending to godhood and things of that nature. Like, all that's very interesting to me. Very, 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 very interesting to me. Wait, I'll love to the good brother. Yeah, thank you, OMG. Appreciate you for that. And listen, if Emu and Joyboy are twins, we might not have to get around. JD Kurtz comes in with a 10 and says, just tuning in, Coach. Do you think Kaido and Big Mom were influenced by the mural? For example, Kaido wanted to be Joyboy and cause global war. Big Mom wanted a kingdom of all races, like Joyboy's alliance. So I don't know if they were directly influenced by the mural. I'm going to assume at the very least Big Mom saw it. I don't know if Kaido saw it. But I do think them... I think Kaido wanting to be Joyboy and cause the global war, and Big Mom wanting a kingdom of all races, rather than being inspired by the mural, lets us know that this is something that happens, that has repeated throughout history. That there will be individuals in each era who will want to do these types of things. Both in the old era, in the first world, in the second world, and the third world. There will be people who want to cause a global war. There are individuals who want a kingdom of all races. There are individuals that believe in certain things, and that will repeat throughout the course of history. That is what I believe, JD Kurtz. That is what I believe will happen. Which is extremely interesting. And I actually like that idea a lot, JD Kurtz. Now, like I said, them being influenced by the mural... Not too sure about that. But I do think it is going to show us... Well, actually, if Rocks had, like, this mural on him, like, it very well could be JD Kurtz, actually. Because let's just say, if Rocks had some sort of... either a different version of this mural or the actual mural, and... like spoke of what was in this mural to Kaido and Big Mom, very well could be what would inspire them to do certain things. Yeah, I could see that as well. But thank you, JD Kurtz. GH comes with a membership for 5 months and says, Gabon seems too obvious and cheeky irrelevant now. Oda always throws us off, so maybe it's Shanks' mother. And why? And when and why did you start supporting Man United? So I'm gonna give you let's start with the first one, and then we'll go into flipping Manchester United. Shout out to we got the job done today. But the Shanks' mother thing, that really interests me. Potentially Shanks' mother or Luffy's mother. I know we always meme about the Shanks' mother and Luffy's mother thing. But I do think that I'm not going to throw that out the realm possibility because of the way that they specifically spoke on family. That Luffy was talking about family there. I'm not going to throw the realm possibility that is a Shanks mother or a Luffy mother. Like I said, I know we meme on it, but I'm not going to throw that out the realm possibility. I'm just not. I'm not going to do it. But GH, in a couple of, hopefully within a couple of weeks, or I'm gonna make a video when I release my first, whenever I finally get a chance to publish my first book. Within that video, I'm gonna talk about certain things that led to my creative process and my writing process and where it is right now. And a lot of that stems from why I decided to support Manchester United. Because I only really started supporting them within the last few years. And it has a direct connection to my writing process and why I became so fascinated with the history of that of that club and how it directly influenced, still even to this day, my writing process. So when I record that video, when hopefully, God willing, we get that out at some point this year, I will discuss, oddly enough, how I became a fan of United and why I am such a hardcore fan of United, due to it having a connection to my creative writing process. But we will talk about that in the future, GH. Just know that it has a connection to my writing journey as well. It's more personal than actually my love for the Philadelphia Eagles, which was just like love at first sight, and that's the other team I love just as much. But we'll definitely talk on that. Definitely talk about it. Now, Michael Mickles, my boy, comes in with a 5. Thank you, GH, by the way. You cooked. You most certainly cooked. Very well could be the case, especially with the Shanks Mother thing, as well as with your previous comment. But very much looking forward to seeing if you're right on the Shanks Mother or Luffy Mother thing, because that is very, very interesting. Now, Michael Mickles comes in with a 5 and says, about to leave work, but I was able to listen to the stream. Thank God I couldn't watch with that res. Understandable, Michael Mickles. Definitely understandable. Stabs lived up to his name with the first attack. Stabs literally stabbed both both Loki and my stream. His Conqueror's hockey was so strong, it almost ended my stream. And then he literally stabbed Loki. It was nuts. It was nuts, Michael Mickles. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Michael Mickles, for the 5, man. All love to you. Hope everything is well over there, Michael. Then Hank comes in with a 2 and says, feels like the opening credits of a Star Wars movie. Ooh, that's a cook. I like that. And we know how big of a fan that Oda is of Star Wars. So it truly does feel like the opening credits of a Star Wars movie. The 3, like the first world, second world, third world. It does. Mean Green 49. Oh, thank you, Hank, by the way. Mean Green 49 comes with a 5 and says, have no idea what it would be exactly, but I feel like Oda left a hint at what the One Piece is, if not the One Piece itself is in this mural. I think everything we've discussed, Mean Green, so far, especially with what Fox Tamer said, is directly hinting at both the One Piece and Luffy's dream. The two most endgame things in the series, which is the One Piece, the 3 most endgame things. The One Piece, the Final War, and Luffy's dream. The 3 most endgame things are all hinted at and or a part of this entire Ripley, Frankie, and Mural thing. All of it. And it is so interesting. So interesting. Elbaf, man. Elbaf. Right there with you, Mean Green. No question. Oda most certainly left a hint, especially what Fox Tamer said. Arend then comes in with a 2,500 and says, the huge silhouette on the left resembles the mysterious ones from Skypiea. That as well. Yeah, that's a cook. I was trying to think about it. Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing a panel like this as well. Yes. Yeah. It most certainly does. It most certainly does, especially with the wing. Absolutely. That's a great point, Arend. Great point. Fantastic point, Arend. The huge silhouette on the left resembles the mysterious one from Skypiea. Facts. It's fascinating, man. Looks like these Skypiea things, bro. Rising King. Yo, Rodney! It's good to see you, man. Comes in with a 10 and says, towards the end of Ragnarok, it is said that the world sunk. Yes, this is very similar to the third world and relevant to Vegapunk mentioning that the One Piece world is sinking. Not only that, Rising King, but we bring in the end of Ragnarok, And then if we also bring in the Valhalla DLC that follows. If we bring in the Valhalla DLC that follows. Bro. All I'm gonna say. There's a certain moment where we come face to face with the past. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. With the past that we played through in God of War 1, 2, and 3. And if we get a moment like that, in the heaven realm, in the midst of Valhalla, within this arc, so help me, man. So help me in the Flagnards, Risen King. So help me, Lord. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait. I can't flipping wait. Gonna be peak. But yeah, Rodney, you're absolutely right on that. Absolutely right on that. And it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be nuts. Especially with, like you said, with what stayed at the end of Ragnarok, with the world sinking. It's so interesting, man. How we continue to pull from so many of these things. Even though I know Oda's had a lot of this stuff in mind. But it's like there must have been like a reconfirmation of something that he needs to write about, which is so incredibly interesting. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate you. Absolute cook. Then Brandon King comes with membership for a year. I'll love to you, Brandon King. It says 1 year of that awesome sauce greatness. Maybe the people with gifts on the right are the automata found by Dr. Sumiki in the NL cover story going into a factory. Maybe the people with gifts on the right are the automata found by Dr. Tsukimi. Yeah, Actually, hold on. Now that you bring that up, let me go back to the NL cover story and see if this all could be a part of like one greater mural. Like a mural that connects to this one, right? So like maybe the ones in the NL cover story are like the missing piece of the mural that goes above it. Let me go back to the NL cover story real quick. NL cover story that was in the middle of Annie's lobby. So let's start from like chapter 300 and something here. Let me just click on like 386. No, wrong there. Hold on, let me see. No, NL cover story came a little later, right? Let me see. NL cover story starts on what chapter again? 428. That's what it was. 428. So let me go to chapter 428. Yeah, 428. Let's go back with him going back to the moon. 429 lands on the moon. Still insane to me that Oda wrote this. And obviously, seeing the different craters that are on the moon. This is the Going Merry chapter as well. Seeing the different craters that were left there by something. Something left these craters, bro. Which is, look. Go back to chapter 430. And look at the little craters that are there. And then look at the final panel again. So when we look at the final panel, and we see how there's like these little small craters that are obviously emphasizing the moon, and there's like this big behind crater that's emphasizing the moon. That's the one that Annel's looking at here. It's got to be the small crater leading up to the big behind crater. It's got to be that one from the final panel. So now 432, 433. The name of that sea. Then he starts finding the members of the automata. Once again. What a fantastic chapter. The Roger White, or the Whitebeard Shanks chapter. Automata back on the thing. Lieutenant Spacey. So interesting, man. Chapter 437, where he's grieving over some of the lost comrades here from the old battlefield. One of them has that little horn thing that we see in the final panel. Man, oh man, that's interesting. 438. Yeah, the creeping shadow, fascinating. Killed by a space pirate. It's been so long. I actually reread Through the Bark a couple years ago, and I think that was the last time I fully went through the NL cover story. So this is all extremely interesting to me, seeing it again, back to back like this. Because normally for the NL cover story, my Varse, unconditional rage, just like with the Sea God. Through the Bark, man. Yep, and then you see the one over there. The moon excavation plan. I'm just trying to see what I can piece together here. Because the NL cover story is so interesting to me. Yep. We were looking back at this particular sequence, chapter 447's, a few weeks ago. And it's like, man, Oda was writing the NL cover story around the same time with like the shadow things, right? Dr. Sumiki right here. Or, I'm sorry, Tsukimi. The moon-gazing connoisseur. Yep, the moon exploding while we were moon gazing. Yeah, tearful departure after choking on a dumpling. All right, let me see. I'll look at some of these again and in more in depth whenever I'm on my own time. But ooh, look at this! Yeah, all of them going against the big bad. I just gotta let me go over to the hieroglyphics. Anything but my afro. I apologize for being quiet. I'm just so incredibly fascinated by this. All right. Okay, so we're getting close here to the murals. Because I definitely do. I wanted to get the context, obviously, because it's been a while since I've looked at the full NL cover story before I see the murals. All right, here we go. So now here we got the first mural, the Dark Underground City. Right, this is the first mural that's over there, over on the moon, which is extremely interesting. Now let me see this city, and let me go back to the mural. I'm trying to see if this city could be like this big behind thing that's on the right side. So the Dark Underground City. NL, attack the city first, ask questions later. Then the multiple different revitalizing energy in the ancient city. Now, when we look at these little dudes and how they're being powered up through this thing, man, and then you look at the little dudes on the right coming out of that factory, y'all, listen, man. I don't know, bro. The little dudes coming in. And here are the little dudes in the NL cover story from the ancient city. And now, come over. Here it is. The legendary chapter 471. Paintings and education in paintings. Things that they wanted to pass on through time. Their history. Anyways, I just had to see the most of the NL cover story again after that final panel. It fascinates me. And then right here with chapter 471, I mean, obviously we've been looking at this one for so long with like the Straw Hat thing or the Lunarian thing, but now we might be able to see it through a different lens as well, as like another piece of the mural that we're actually seeing on the bottom. Let me go back to the live stream. Yeah, the NL panel. I was just going back to the NL panel and seeing oh snap, hold on. I think my stream is catching up real quick. Wait until my stream catches up. Dang, yeah, my stream is super behind. I apologize. Yeah, I was going ham on the thing. Thank y'all for being patient with me there. But yeah, Brandon King, no, thank you for helping me with for reminding me to go back there. Because absolutely, with the factory thing, yes, very well could be the case. And that panel in particular, that from the cover story that shows all of them together from the factory, very spooky, very 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 spooky. Subra, and then comes with a 40. Shout out to Subra. Let's check Discord. I told you it was peak. Let's see. Void Century Peak. Oh yeah. So I was sent this image. Ooh, is that in color? Oh, that goes so hard. It goes so crazy in color. The Rain and the Floods, Lunaria, Nika the Minx, Mermaids Poseidon, Giants Loki, the Humans, Alabasta, the Allied Nations of the Sun, Devilroot Eve Tree, the Noah, Humans and Animals, the Winged People, Ancient Advanced Technology, the King, Emu potentially, Humans Mining from the Earth, Serpent of Fire, Stars, Dreams, Wishes, Desires, Moon, Moons, Uranus, Emu. So incredibly fascinating, man. Ah, another colored version that goes so hard. Conquer the Three Worlds Ragnarok. So yeah, so I believe Silvershot brought that up earlier on stream about the Conquer the Three Worlds Subra, and I just think that's so interesting. In particular, that he used that attack against Gear 5 Luffy, right? Like it has a completely different context now. I mean, he used it against Luffy just in general, but specifically whenever they were fighting, it is so incredibly fascinating that was the name of his attack, especially now that we know there were actually three worlds. Yeah, so I went back to that very same panel as brought up in the chat, Subra, earlier. From about 900 years ago to 800 years ago, a period of century that is span of history that is completely entirely blank. Dude, insane. This man Oda's been cooking this stuff for years, bro. The shield, the serpent. Come on, man. Insane. Oh, I love this image of Nika, Joyboy, and Luffy, bro. Left his prophecy and right his murals same way as God of War murals. Very well could be the case. Oh, he's the god of liberation, first world. No, a god of destruction, second world. Not wrong, he's the god of laughter, the third world. Fascinating. The original Mother Flame. Devil fruits to subdue mankind. With the ancient kingdom. The rebellion causing war with the original 20 kings. People of the Half Moon of the D-Clan. 20 kings who become celestial dragons are defeating Joy Boy. The sea god with mana for devil fruits appeared around the world. Even created the Void Century in fear of the day that the D-Clan would return. He tries to silence all the D who appear across history, who don't remember what the symbol means. The sun god will appear again to destroy the Red Lion and create the world as it once was in the beginning. The original Mother Flame will return on Earth, creating a new era where technology was once how it was before. And that very well may end up being the case, Subra. The Jormungandr World Serpent. I forgot that was the name of it. Yeah. So true. That's how you would tackle like the Ouroboros and things of that nature. Only the great serpent soaked in blood can withstand our attacks. The Fred flipping line, man. Genius. Utterly flipping genius. Joyboy got betrayed by the Devil-Fruit users. The sea god friend of Joyboy cursed him with his wrath, granting him the inability to swim, hence the Devil-Fruits never met again. Yeah. But I'm so interested in how something like that works. Like how do we start off with like the fruit thing? Like how does the sea god do that? Like causing everyone to have the inability to swim again. Like I wonder how that became a thing. Man, my stream has to stop resetting, bro. Like I know you want me to end the stream. I don't want to end the stream yet. This chapter, bro. You know what I'm saying? This chapter. There we go. But yeah, no, Subra. That is thank you for sending me all these. Most certainly a good recap for a lot of stuff we talked about in the stream, and some good new stuff as well, man. Forgot about that fact that it was called Jormungandr. Great serpent soaked in blood, man. So interesting. Thank you, Subra. I appreciate you. Sage VTX comes in with a 279 Canadian. Says stabs, kidnaps Colin, saved by Luffy like in chapter 1. The parallel? Book it. Book it, Sage. Book it. Book it. I'm so down for that. I am so unbelievably down for that. Stabs, kidnaps Colin, saved by Luffy like in chapter 1. Dude. Yes. Yes. That would be so good, and would lead into why this the first time we saw Elbaf within the present time We saw it with Colin and Shanks in a similar way that Luffy was with Shanks. Oh, I love that idea so flipping much, man. Luffy losing an arm? I wouldn't put it past Oda, but I don't think he's losing an arm. I don't think this is losing an arm. Wow, that's a great idea, Sage. You're spitting on that. Spitting, yo. Thank you, Sage. I appreciate you. And then Lazy Mofos comes to membership for 2 years. God, that's such a great idea, Sage. Such a great idea. Lazy Mofos comes to membership for 2 years. Shout out to my boy. There's almost 700 chapters of waiting for Oda to explain how NL can breathe in space. Also, Luffy KO'd Cerebus, Recon, and Thriller Bark. He did. He most certainly KO'd a Cerberus back in Thriller Bark. He most certainly did. Now it's going to be Zoro's turn to fight the Cerberus as Luffy fights Shamrock. We had 700 chapters of him explaining. NL's him. NL's him. That's how he can breathe in space. But true that, man. Incoming soon, Lazy Mofo? Is that what you're predicting? He's about to do it again? We're either going to see that or we're going to see how Loki survived, which probably was through like his legendary fruit. Honestly. We're going to see, it's finally going to show us, like we're all going to be questioning how in the world could he survive something like that, and it's probably going to be due to the nature of the legendary fruit. Now, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. And after I finish using the restroom and getting water, there's still some stuff I want to talk about. I'll be right back. Because man, oh man, we've been streaming for 3 hours. The chapter deserves it. I'll be back. Goodness gracious, man. What a flipping chapter. Hold on, let me... I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Where is my audio at? ladies and gentlemen, this was, without question, I think the stream that has racked my brain the most. Oh man, dude. It's like it has so many different elements. There's so many things that I want to talk about that we've already discussed that I feel like it can continue to be elaborated on, and it's nuts because it feels like there's it's like 100 million interpretations that one can have about multiple different things that have already taken place within this arc. You know, Quag 2 brought up something very interesting last week, talking about like the most recent 2 chapters and how they sort of like epitomized like a really good like hooking point for Elbaf. And it's like the past the 1135, 1136 now 1136, 1137 now 1138 truly have like sunk its teeth into me, man. Like I was already hooked into Elbaf. But in particular, when it comes to what the arc is, what the arc looks like it's going to be exploring, as well as how it's been diving into the lore, leaving bits and pieces of it, while also exploring the current, how like the lore has impacted the current stance of the narrative, is so incredibly fascinating to me that I'm just like at a loss for words, dude. Like, unreal. Like, yeah, no, Flourish, I get you, because my hooking point was the flipping mystery section at the beginning, with like Luffy, or with like the East Blue. But what I think Quag 2 meant by the comment is that this is the section where it really starts to sink its teeth into what the arc is truly going for, right? Because obviously up until that point we just had a lot of questions. We were just happy to be here, but within the past couple of chapters, we're really starting to get into the meat of what the central conflict is, as well as what the themes we are going to exploring are as well. And so in that sense, it truly does feel like the actual beginning of Elbaf in its own sense. Coach aiming for 4 hours. I mean, at this point, by the time we finish having our discussion here, we might hit the 4-hour mark, which is kind of nuts. I don't think we've streamed this long since the Drums of Liberation night, where we had 2 separate streams and they were both like 3 hours long. Blackbeard isn't in the mural. That's why he is so dangerous. He's an unknown variable, and he is the void. That's interesting, Zach. That he himself is the void. Blackbeard being the void, dude. That's a great idea, Zach. Started asking again, but I'm wondering if you're going to thought as to why Blackbeard's role is going to be in this whole puzzle. I think the void thing is really interesting. Piyush. Exactly, it's not meant to fit the puzzle, and I think so. What's interesting about that, Piyush, is now let's look at it from the context of Blackbeard and Shanks. Shanks believes that he is not the one who can get the One Piece, right? Or what I mean by that is that he's left a lot of it to the next generation, right? Maybe out of guilt, maybe out of his bloodline, whatever the case may be. There's something that has stopped him at some point in time from attempting to go after it until just recently. So, and I strongly do believe it has to do with him feeling like he is not one of like the quote-unquote chosen ones. But at the same time, Blackbeard can be seen in a very similar light. Because if Blackbeard were to see this mural, he'd be like, where do I fit in all this? Right? And so maybe by him plotting to get the Yami Yami no Mi, which may have something actually Preach a couple days ago, we had a live stream talking about Elbaf so far over on Marshall D. Preach's channel. And he talked about how Blackbeard potentially, or the discussion there for a couple of minutes was that Blackbeard could have potentially seen what took place back in the old days of Elbaf, or I'm sorry, of the Void Century, and saw the significance of the Yami Yami no Mi, and decided to go after that fruit, because maybe that's how he forces his way into the thing, right? Or with today's chapter's context, I'm putting words in his mouth, but how it would like allow him to fit into the bigger piece of the puzzle. So in a similar way, Blackbeard and Shanks are both individuals who do not fit on the board. But because they don't fit on the board, they are insanely valuable X factors for everyone who is on the board. All the puzzle pieces that are a part of this, right? The Shamrocks, the Figurlins, the individuals in the Holy Land with the Gorosei and Emu. Like, Shanks is supposed to be up there with them, right? And the fact that he's not, the fact that he is on the side of the Joy Boy, the fact that he is on the side of Luffy, is a major X factor. Similarly with Blackbeard, an individual who's trying to bring in the chaos and be that void, which technically means that he probably would be a part of the puzzle. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that he's not, that he is attempting to make his way to say, screw all that prophetic stuff. I make my own dreams. I make my own prophecies. So what we have here is potentially two characters in a Luffy and a Blackbeard. One of them who was, of course, prophesized to one day rise again, and have a stake within the final act of the third world. And then a Blackbeard who says, no, screw all that prophecy stuff and screw all that stuff will happen, but I'm still getting mine. I ain't leaving here with nothing. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates. I'm gonna get the One Piece. And maybe his aspirations go even farther beyond that, because we know that he and Luffy see things in a similar light. So maybe for him, also becoming Pirate King is a stepping stone to his actual dream, to his actual thing that he wants to do. So then Oda could explore a character in a Luffy who obviously is such a central, insane force that causes everything and anything to either join him or take else, right? And so he's gonna accomplish his dream in one way, shape, or form or another. But in Blackbeard's case, because it's not prophesized, it makes it, and when you put them in parallel with each other, it is incredibly compelling. It is extremely interesting, right? Because you're looking at one character who's not prophesized, but is doing everything that he can, taking every opportunity, he's doing everything means necessary to attempt to get to that point, and that in of itself makes him an extremely compelling, not just character, but a foil to the things that could come. Because all of us, especially with this panel now, believe Luffy vs. Emu is the final fight. But this is a pirate manga, man. And Blackbeard from the very beginning has been plotting, and because of that, we can't tell what he's going to be up to in the final war. We don't know what the real plan is. We don't know what is truly going to be taking place with Blackbeard in the finale. We don't know if he's the true quote-unquote final villain, or if he is going to be an individual who ends up joining Luffy to take on Emo. He's so unpredictable that we just can't tell. And I think that's what all of this represents, is that if he's not a part of the mural, that unpredictability, that unpredictable part of his nature is going to end up playing a very pivotal war, or a very pivotal part within the final war. Because we just don't know what side he'll be on, or what he'll be doing, or what his plans are, or things of that nature. And because, like what we were just talking about, if he truly is not a part of the entire piece of the puzzle, or if he's not a piece of the puzzle, and he tries to force his way on there, it's going to make it extremely compelling to follow that journey. It's already been compelling to follow that journey. It's one of the reasons why he's one of my favorite characters. But to continue to see that, especially after seeing this mural, Unless, like I said, he's devoid. If he's devoid, then he's a part of the thing as well. But if he really isn't, and he says, screw all that, I'm going to make my own dream, I'm going to make my own thing a reality, barring what any of those flag nerds in the past said, that is so cool to me. That is so raw to me. So we'll see what happens in regards to the Blackbeard stuff. Did you read the title at some point? I did not read the title, dude. What was the title? Let's go back. Oh, the title was Harley. This is the Harley texts. See, if this is the Harley texts, this leads into what James K. Polk was talking about with the potential possibilities of this being a prophecy. Because if Harley translates to holy, then this could be just like the flipping Book of Revelations, bro. I did not know it was Harley, man. Exactly, Blackbeard's writing his own destiny. Yo, I just clicked. Super says, First World Romance Dawn. Shanks leaves. Second World Marineford. Didn't meet. Third World Elbaf. Laugh Tale. They will meet. Paralleling Shanks and Luffy meeting. I'm down for that. I'm down for that being a parallel as well. Anything that gets Luffy and Shanks to meet, I'm a happy camper. You know what I'm saying? I am a happy camper. I just saw a photo of the panel in One Piece Discord that displays that it only shows the first and second world. So the interpretation of it only being the first and second world, it's so tough, Hank, man, because there's so many. Y'all have sold me on every interpretation possible. It being the first world, the second world, the first and second world, the first, second, and third world, just the third world. I'm sold. I'm sold on so many of them. I'm just so fascinated. Winston also brings up a great point. There's many interpretations of Nika, and I really guess anyone could be Nika as long as you represent those ideals. And I think, Winston, that this arc is going to showcase that. We're already seeing that. Harold believed that he represented Nika. Loki believes that he represents Nika. Luffy actually represents Nika and doesn't give a flying flag, Nards. Kaido potentially trying to do it, right? There's so many characters who have attempted to represent that. A dragon is literally representing that in real time as well. So you're absolutely right on that, Winston. And I think Elbaf is going to continue to showcase that very same idea and concept. Exactly, Piyush. Mist! What's good, yo? What do you think about the Shanks slander resurfacing now that we know he went to the Holy Land? Been seeing Roger catching hella strays for ducking the Final War Fade 2. So that's crazy. Roger shouldn't be catching any strays for ducking the Final War Fade. That's kind of nuts. But the Shanks slander, why is there Shanks slander? Because he went to the Holy Land? It doesn't confirm that he went to the Holy Land in that moment. You know, and regardless of whether he did, he told him to F off. This chapter told me that Shanks went up there to tell them to go screw themselves. Like, I'm a pirate. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what y'all got going on. Celestial dragons, Gorosei, they probably... Garling and Shamrock probably put the paper on the table and said, yo, come over to our side, in sports terms, 10-year guaranteed contract, 500 mil. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's even getting the flipping $1 billion Mbappe contract or something. It's like, yo, $1 billion in your pocket. You just got to come over to our side. Shanks looked at that paper and said, no flipping slander can be taken from that, bro. Come on, man. But the Roger stuff is crazy. Missed. I like I said, I've been completely off social media, so I haven't seen any of that, but that's nuts. Vortex, what's good, bro? Vortex says, what if the devil on the far left, Emu, is using that sun to power the Arc Maxim, Uranus, to strike down the Noah, the lightning bolt hitting it? Jobo couldn't stop Emu. So, dude, Vortex, we were talking about this earlier. So, the devil on the far left is using the sun to power the Arc Maxim, Uranus, which strikes down the Noah, the lightning bolt. So, see, that's interesting. I did not put two and two together on that. That is fact. Joy Boy couldn't stop Emu when he failed. He failed specifically from that happening, which is how the Noah sunk to the bottom of the sea. Thus his apology. It's a great, great, great comment, Vortex. And very well could end up being the case. Absolutely. Vortex, you're spitting with that. You're definitely spitting with that. And Joy Boy couldn't stop him. The sun power. Because the Arc Maxim was powered by electricity. And then Noah was struck down by lightning. Very interesting. So, Akash Panda, there's a lot of stuff that the Book of Revelation says, but it basically says that, in summary, that there's a big apocalyptic thing that at the end of the world, like a massive war called Armageddon, that is going to take place, and obviously there's going to be the individuals who are saved to go up and will go up to heaven. Others, of course, will go to hell. But there are individuals who, or I'm sorry, after individuals do get separated and some go to hell, some go to hell, some go to heaven. Then the big Armageddon war will happen between heaven and hell, at the very, very end of the world. But before that happens, Jesus has to return. And so when he returns to go get his people, then the devil remains with the earth. And so as he remains right down here with the earth for however many years, once those years pass, the earth then ceases to be, and the battle for Armageddon happens between the devil and God. In the biggest war ever. That's like a summary of the end of Revelations, where it all leads into. But the way that we know this is because an individual named John saw certain visions of the future, and was told to write them down, and so by Jesus, and he, if I'm not mistaken. And so as he wrote these things down, as I was talking to y'all earlier, imagine you being 2,000 years in the past, and you're receiving these visions from the future, similar to potentially what happened here within this panel, and we see a flying airplane 2,000 years ago, or cars, or cell phones, or things that we cannot comprehend. I mean, you think about 2,000 years ago, but they didn't have anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you show them a TV or any of that stuff, they'll think you're having witchcraft or something. So he was trying his best to visualize and write down what he believed these things could be, right? And so there are different interpretations of like I was just referring to, of the devil in the Book of Revelations. There's a serpent, there's a dragon, there's because there's certain things that when you see them, you just can't possibly put words to them, because you just don't understand it. And so there's a lot of things that potentially could have been seen, like I said, fighter planes or nukes or any of these things that just didn't have the right words to discuss, or I'm sorry, to really put. So he tried his best to talk about it in the way that it did. In a similar way, because this time it was drawn, If what James K. Polk was saying earlier is true, and we have a situation where this prophecy was given through a dream, and or the kid dreamt this thing, woke up and drew everything that he saw within the dream. In a similar sense to what I was just talking about in the book of Revelations, what we have is a kid who's trying to make sense, as someone said within the comment section that was so beautiful. I don't remember who it was that said it, but that kids attempt to process things differently, and some kids do it through the act of drawing, through the act of doing things themselves. And so imagine a child waking up from a dream and attempting to piece together what every single one of those things means. So goes in and starts drawing certain aspects of it, starts drawing things over here, just trying to make sense of it all, the same way that we would as adults, but especially as a child, right? You're fascinated by these things. The world is at your oyster because you believe that anything's possible. And so you go in and you start drawing all these things, and you don't know whether this is something that's happening now or in the future or in the past, but you just know you got to write it down. You got to write it down. And so what is very interesting about it is, if it is a vision of the future, going back into what the comments said from James K. Polk about the Nordic mythology, then we once again reintroduce these concepts and things, because when Oda odifies stuff, he often mixes it with other things. So when you have like the seeing the future from Nordic mythology, when you have the God of War Ragnarok through the murals and the paintings, and you bring in the religious aspects, which have been connecting to like the wars that have been brought up within the past couple of chapters, then you start getting what makes One Piece's series so special, which is that he's able to take so many things from different cultures and mix them together to create something brand new and original, which is what we currently have right now, which is why this discussion is so very, very interesting to me, especially with the biblical references that have already been sprinkled out throughout the course of this series, like the Noah and things of that nature, the devil fruit tree. Devil fruits is a concept. It's just so interesting to me. So very interesting to me. It's pretty interesting because there's something similar in Hinduism. End of the Kali Yuga, current era, will come when there are too many sinners. Vishnu will incarnate on earth as Kalki and start decapitating sinners with a 12-foot sword as he rides on his black horse. So, you know, you want to know why that's insane to me, Kosh Pandas? Because I read Kubera. I have no context of the story you're referring to in Hinduism. But I read Kubera, and I'm visualizing the Vishnu that I know from that webtoon doing that, and it's extremely cold. It's extremely insane. Exactly, Flourish. Absolutely. So many of those things. Exactly. That's a fantastic way of putting Lazy Mofos. Lazy Mofos says, like what Tony Stark's pops said in the Iron Man movie. Kind of reminds me of that concept of knowing you know something, but the present understanding is unfathomable. And Lazy Mofos, I actually experienced that myself. Like I was telling y'all a couple of weeks ago during the Saul and Robin chapter. I had something that I knew I had. Like I was grasping on it. I knew I had it. And it took me like a week for me to understand what that was, and I was able to write it down and make sense of it, which is why I love what the comment was talking about earlier, right? So it's so incredibly fascinating how that stuff can work. When you know you feel like you know something, like you have it, but you have to make sense of it. You have to speak to others and or have a conversation with yourself or just write it out. It's like, because the present understanding is just unfathomable of that subject. The Great Cleansing, exactly, Sage. Emu and G5 Luffy, the stylistic appearance to the Gordothea are all very dreamlike, compared to the rest of the series. To which Hal's view, it makes sense based on how they draw earlier on. Yeah, exactly. There'll also be a flooding, but I don't know too much about that story. Gotcha. If we're going with the idea that everything in this mural has a modern parallel, could the huge city on the right maybe represent punk records or the mobile form of Water 7? So Quag 2, I was thinking about that as well, specifically the mobile form of Water 7. The reason why I say that, Quag 2, is because I strongly believe Pluton is on this image. We talked, because I think all three ancient weapons are in this image. I think Poseidon's in this image, I think Uranus is in this image, and I think Pluton's in this image. We talked about how Frankie in the middle could possibly represent Pluton, but it very well could be the case that what we're seeing on the right is actually a floating or a ship. Like this is what Pluton looks like. What we're seeing on the right, this could be like an actual representation of Pluton. And so what we see on the right is a Pluton and a Uranus. Uranus being the sky thing in the middle, the sky dragon in the middle, and the one on the right being Pluton, right? So I'm not going to rule that out because of this thing that potentially be fueling these two ancient weapons with the Mother Flame being another interpretation that could possibly be a reality, and that in and of itself could be like the mobile version of a Water 7 / the next Pluton, right? Like the reconstruction of a Pluton. Quag 2. So that's the way that I believe that very well could be the case if it is that the entire thing is in the future, or like the right is in the past, the left is in the future, whatever it ends up being. If the right is also a part of the future and the prophecy, then I'm right there with you. I do think it's a Water 7 that gets turned into a Pluton-esque mobile form of Water 7. Absolutely. Yeah. Good point, GH, that the huge sword in Elbaf is probably the one being used by the ancient giants in the mural, as well as the big sword in Onigashima, right? Like huge swords in these places have been pretty commonplace, and they haven't moved in many years. It's so interesting. Ripley said that the various races fought each other, but they did unite for this one time, which is why she believes it's a child's dream. And it very well could connect to Luffy's dream vortex, you know? Very well could be the case. Akash Bennett says, in the Matrix, the Oracle says you have already made all the choices you are going to make, and you are just here to understand why you made those choices. Shout out to the Matrix, man. What a fantastic movie. But the Oracle most certainly did say that. Yeah, Daniel Minuti, we were talking about that earlier, but we did not talk about the fact that it could connect to his ancient giant blood. Now, that is fascinating. That's really, really interesting. King, throw out a random prediction for next chapter, because I don't even know what could happen. I'm going to go with what Sage said earlier, which is, I could most certainly see the break. What leads us into the break week is this chapter, which is our lore piece craziness chapter, and then the next chapter is a very character-based chapter, which is Stabs showing up, attempting to kidnap the kids. Luffy rolls up, pulling back to them, and what in the flag nurse is this? Luffy rolls up and protects the kids the same way that Shanks protected him in Chapter 1. Something of that vein. I think one of the things that can match a magnitude of this chapter in a different way, because obviously it's not the same thing, but whereas this chapter is from a lore and craziness from that standpoint perspective, a perspective of like hype or leading us into some craziness from a character perspective, as well as a potential incoming battle perspective, is Shamrock pulling up, attempting to take them hostage, and then Luffy puts a stop to it and says, "Nah, you ain't doing that on my watch." And so, leaving us on a cliffhanger for a week would be Luffy and Shamrock facing off, and he's like, yo, Shanks, or this dude looks like Shanks, but I know you would never be Shanks. Whatever it is, like it's that confrontation. I think that would be that's something of the magnitude for me of like a chapter like this in a different way. In a different way. So I think that's going to be how next week's chapter goes. What else happens in the chapter? I'm not sure. We could potentially dive into some more lore stuff. We could see that new Holy Knight that is being called in. Maybe something with like Loki and his legendary fruit, or some more stuff as the Shamrock pulls up on the kids. Who knows? But I do think we're going to end on something major. Whether it is Luffy meeting Shamrock, Zoro in the Cerberus, maybe even going around the world. I'm not sure, but if I were to bet on just one of those, it would be Luffy meeting Shamrock. Would be how the next chapter goes. I think. You're right. The progression does feel too fast, and that might be what stops that from happening. But the fact remains that I still do think we're going to get a chapter of magnitude in some way, shape, or form next chapter. I definitely do believe so. Yo, no, much love. I understand. Definitely understand. Ishtan Aungwin. I definitely get it. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, we get the Casa Hat Man reveal. It's like whether it's Scopper Gaban or whoever in the Flying Planners it is. I can see that. Definitely see that as well. You said Nami's smiling back-to-back chapters. Well, she ain't gonna be smiling for long when Shamrock gets them kids. Listen, Vortex is there. Hey, stop playing, Vortex, stop playing. But you're right. No, listen. Shamrock comes in and starts messing with the kids. We know that Nami enters mother mode. So Nami's gonna command Roto and Zeus. We're gonna have a little flipping Gunko and Nami. Actually, that's perfect. Gunko and Nami could start boxing. Luffy and Shamrock start boxing, and then Zoro fights the Cerberus. Man, we listen. We got the matchups. The thing is, like Sage said, we could be moving too fast. So might not be happening this soon. But I do think that is very interesting. How those matchups are pretty perfect. Unless the third Holy Knight comes in to fight Zoro instead. It's just, bro, the flipping Cerberus have 3 swords. You know, like I think that's such a cool idea. But maybe the third Holy Knight comes in and to fight Luffy or Zoro, whoever it is. Maybe the third Holy Knight is how we gauge how we are in comparison to the Holy Knights. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Who is Staps calling though? It's gotta be another Holy Knight, yeah, for sure, Hank. Gotta be another Holy Knight. The sub already calm before the storm vibes are stronger than ever right now. Quag 2, they're so strong that we already got a party at the beginning of the arc. Which tells me, Quag 2, Oda has established the Sol reunion already. He established the lore already. And he established the party chapter. He already gave us multiple party chapters, which means we don't have to get any of those. If we do get them again, then it'll be like after like the big, when we succeed and things of that nature. But because we already got them now, we could be looking at a Elbaf kickstarts the rest of the series, where it gets so insane at a point to where when we have to leave Elbaf with no party, we've already had the party. So whatever insanity happens here directly gets us right into Laugh Tale or wherever it is that we gotta go next. And that takes us to the next arc. And it really is the Sabaody of like, oh my god. It's really popping off. And it's straight. Like, we gotta go straight there to the next part. And that's why we already have all like the reunions and the lore and all that happening now before things get absolutely insane. That very well could be the case, Wag 2. And I know we've been discussing that since the beginning of the arc, but it could be the case. Very well could be the case. I did, SS. I did. I still do. I'm in a I live in a family that frequently does because my dad regularly teaches Bible studies as well as my mother. So I've learned a lot over the years, thanks to them. Amsterdam comes in with a 5 and says, I just got here, but how did you like that final double spread? For me, it was one of the greatest of all time. Amsterdam, I love the chapter so much. We are 4 hours into this stream, and if it wasn't 2 o'clock in the morning, and I know that you guys have to go to sleep, I would continue talking. I would definitely continue talking. But because we have to go to sleep at some point, we're gonna stop and continue. But Amsterdam, I'll tell you this: that final double spread for me is also one of the greatest of all time. It is for me one of the greatest manga panels ever. In One Piece, I mean, because it's in One Piece. One Piece is my favorite manga. Then that is quantifies forever. You know what I'm saying? So, to me, it truly is one of the all-time greats. I think it is a sensational final spread that has so much room for interpretation. It has everything. It has hype. It makes you feel a little emotional looking at it after being on this journey for so long and being like, oh my god, we're actually seeing this. There's questions of the dreams and is it the future? Is it the past? Is it the first world, second world, third world? All the interpretations make equal amounts of sense. Every part of that image is so well executed, while at the same time leaving endless amounts of room for interpretation. It is brilliant. It is so incredibly beautiful. Like, unreal. Shank's sword is named Griffin, and Shamrock's sword is Cerberus. Goda, you did it again. I think that's true. I didn't even think about that. But thank you, Amsterdam. I appreciate you. So Miss says, what do you think about the Figureland family having a line of Delfruit swords made by the same blacksmith like Kitetsu? Maybe Shanks got his sword Griffin on his visit to the Holy Land. Miss, that's a great point. Maybe Shanks did get his blade from up there, because we really don't know when was the visit to the Holy Land, right? That very well could be the case, Mist. Recon, do you think the first world could end up being our modern Earth? As Clover, I think that's the implication. I think that's where we're probably heading towards. Either the first world is our time, or if Oda does like a flipping 800-year time skip or something in any of the series, that's our modern day Earth. And he's and like all of One Piece is like Oda letting us know, because remember, pirates were around like a long time ago, so that would be like a way for Oda to tell us like this is like his version of alternate history. But it definitely does feel like the first world is our world. It feels like it more and more day by day, which is why I'm so interested, because when we get to see the first world and we actually see what it looks like and how it felt like and how it ended, it could be Oda's interpretation of like, if humans continue to do things the way that they are, this is how the world could end. Which to me is just a very interesting thing to explore in any story. Do you think so, The Unknown? That the painting could be the real poneglyph? I feel like Robin should have been there if it's the real poneglyph. It's so interesting how the Eagles have a big role in this, stopping Emu from a three-peat like they're going to stop the Chiefs. Drew that, Vortex. Drew that. No question on that end. You could show the last panel to someone starting One Piece, they would not even think it was a spoiler, even from One Piece. That's how crazy the journey has become. You're absolutely right, Akash Panda. Like, someone could look at that panel and be like, who in the flying... Like, what's going on here? I don't get it. It's like the most... You know, Oda said a while back, because they asked on a TV show or something, they asked him to like reveal Emu, and he said, "Well, if I reveal it, it would be boring, because I feel like to people who don't have context, Emu just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't, or not even make sense. They wouldn't have like an emotional attachment to it." And I think similarly, it's this Void Century panel here at the end of the chapter, or prophecy, whatever it is, that without context, that panel means nothing. With context, it's one of the greatest panels in the entire series. Similarly, whenever we see Emu and we have the context, we're going to be like, holy flagnards. Without the context, I'm like, yeah, it's just another character. So it's very, very high context, for sure. Assuming the mystery guy is Gabon, I just can't stop thinking about what his role is going to play in this arc. Like, why Elbaf? There's so many other things going on, so the focus on him is eerie. Quack 2, you're right. You're right on the money. It is so interesting, especially if like the Sabaody parallels are real. Why now? Why Elbaf? And why have someone like Gabon come in at this point in time? It's so incredibly fascinating to me, you know? I genuinely don't know. That's definitely something that we're gonna continue to discuss until that role is revealed, because it is so incredibly interesting. This is the only channel I'll watch a 4-hour stream from. Much I appreciate you, Michael Mickles. Thank you for that. Ah, Casarius. That's interesting. I did not clock the long arm and long leg. I did not clock that. Interesting. See, you get something new every time we look at this flipping panel, man. Yo, in due time, what's good? What an insane chapter, King. Could the One Piece include the undying flame which was sealed away from Emu, who could be holding it in the mural, and requires the arrival of Joy Boy to activate? Could the One Piece include the undying flame which was sealed away from Emu, who could be holding it in the mural, as we see on the left side of the screen, and requires the arrival of Joy Boy to activate? That is so interesting. So incredibly interesting. Hold up. In due time, Joy Boy's arrival being key in bringing back the undying flame. Do you mean that in a sense of like kind of like how the rope was undone through Conquerors? How like the drums of liberation can like awaken certain things? So the arrival of Joy Boy can like be the thing that allows this undying flame to be unsealed, maybe through the drums, maybe through the use of some sort of thing. That is interesting. That is really, really interesting. Thank you, In Due Time. Crazy membership length. What is those 15 minutes behind somehow when I was asking Bible school, referring to your explanation of Revelation earlier? Oh yeah, no, I got what you were talking about, SS, and I truly do appreciate you for that. I thank you for that. That means the world. Yeah, it was a fantastic chapter, Edster. The sun is rising in Norway right now. Good morning, everyone. No, I feel you. I got to turn the stream off soon. This stream needs a title and thumbnail. No question, Akash Panda. No question. It is definitely getting a title and thumbnail. All right, we're still live, Frodo. Not for long, but we're still live. Super Scorpio goes with a 5 and says, Ming's tribe wasn't in the first world. Could they have been created after folks were defeated in the first world? A form of punishment. Ming's tribe not in the first world. Could they have been created after the folks were defeated in the first world? As a form of punishment. Zunisha, they live on Zunisha's back, who in and of itself is carrying out a punishment. True that, Jody List. Man. Super Scorpio? So, are you implying that the punishment that was put upon the Minx was what? Like turning them into these creatures? And that they were human? Someone was craving furries and then there were Minx. In the Frankie panel before the last OP spread, there are 6. There are SFX for the drums liberation. Are the drums coming from the mural? Could you imagine? Like the mural itself is like letting out the drums? Holy crap, man. That'd be some hype stuff. That'd be some hype stuff. Can you imagine? Oh, man. All right. I think we're about to hit the 4 hour and 30 minute mark. My mind, my brain is so fried that I don't even know. Like I don't know how I'm gonna function, man. I don't know how I'm gonna function tomorrow as a human. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to function tomorrow as a human being. But man, what a chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this week's chapter of One Piece is going to go down in legend, where we're just going to look back on this and be like, man, where were you when blank happened? And I'll always remember. The chapter where we got the most important reveals in the series, one of the most important panels, the biggest indications toward Luffy's dream, and the same chapter where we had this man's flipping sword go bonkai. In that very same chapter, my stream went down to 144p for almost the entire stream. And so, once again, I thank all of you for being here. This has been a phenomenal, generational stream. Y'all cooked so hard and we still have so much to do. This week's Kingdom stream will be postponed for a later, like a Monday or Tuesday. Sunday we will be doing the afterthoughts. And I can't wait to see what's there, man. Goodness gracious, bro. I'm right there with you, Silver Shot. Same here. Same here, man. Yo, same here, Shahad. Every Elbaf chapter is my new favorite chapter. I feel you. I feel you, yo. Go Raw Fire Peak. Nah, man, nah. Seriously, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. 144p. Yeah, exactly. Kind of base. Like being able to experience a story with nobody knowing the ending is just it's so powerful. But yeah, man. Much love to y'all. I'm exhausted. I need to go to bed. I think we all need to go to bed. But one of the all-time greats for sure. Especially from a lore standpoint. Like I thought last year we got some like really lore heavy chapters that were all timers. This is crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, I will see y'all. Take care.